Hello there.
Hola.
Long time no see.
Oh, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry. Had to help a family member or something.
No, alrighty.
Yeah, they want a new computer for like real estate stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And since, it's just for like real estate stuff, they don't need like anything like so hardcore. I'm like probably like $500, $600,
Hmm.
and that's it. But yeah, there was an attempted coup attempt in Bolivia today. So that's interesting.
That's lovely.
And it was just a lone general acting out of his own volition, it seems.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Everyone wants to rule the world, I guess.
Hello, everyone. Make sure to get yourselves ready in the next 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's when we'll be officially starting.
Damn, 64 sessions with Daisy. Damn, that's a lot. Oh, dude, listen to this, Hectic.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, the the general said that the president ordered him to do that to raise his popularity. That's
You know
so
what?
fucked up.
It is. You know what? Knowing who our president is, I honestly wouldn't doubt it.
No, I mean the
Genuinely.
Bolivian president, not our
Oh,
president.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Still, my
Still,
point
though.
stands.
Yeah, still.
My point still stands.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Davina says, hello, all Dammy's gamer friends.
Hello.
Hello.
I told
Hey,
her I
Dammy.
would. I told her I would tell all my gamer friends hello for her.
Very nice of her.
There you go.
Indeed. Hello back.
Okay, bye.
I just want to throw this out there. There is a chance that we lose power here.
Well,
Oh,
there's like crazy storms up there, right?
A little bit ago, I got a severe tornado warning, like on my phone,
Was
and
it a
it said,
PDS tornado warning? Because if it is a PDS warning, you should definitely keep an eye out.
yeah. Well, I don't know what a PDPS means.
Okay, I'll give you a quick rundown. So there's normal tornado warning. That's probably the one you have right now due to a severe thunderstorm. Then there's a PDS warning, which is a potentially dangerous situation, and then is the tornado emergency, which is horrendously strong tornado on the ground. And if you have a tornado emergency in your zone, you better stop doing whatever you're doing and find a safe place. Same for the PDS. But yeah,
Yeah. So it gave a warning on my phone, and it said, like I got a pop. Like I know, like this is gonna sound really stupid because no shit. But I got a pop up on my phone saying that we should find like a low place. But then like when I checked the actual warning, I'm not in the warning zone. But I still got the message. I think just because I'm in the state.
so in that picture I just sent you, you're probably in the yellow area then, and not the pink one. Because if you're in that pink area, there is a tornado on the ground as it stands.
Are you sure I'm outside that area?
Because that's from a streamer I usually watch that covers the weather, so. So if you want, here, you can have this in the background if you want.
all right.
That's fun.
Good evening, everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. Let's go through the routine. Daisy, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Dune, are you here?
Present.
Professor, are you here?
Yep.
Vannon, are you here?
Yep.
Olive, if you're able to respond, or feel free to put into the chat if you are here. Harry, are you here?
Yes.
Excellent. So, small little recap for those that had forgotten about last week. The group, known as Grave Undertaking, have started to make their way towards the north of Anikotal. You guys have recently escaped the walls after being barraged by the local town guard as well as the royal guard that have been searching for the third princess of Essrena after rumors that she had been seen or discovered within it. You guys were able to escape towards the east and started journeying towards the north and encountering what looked to be some form of torchlit tail that seemed to have been following you. After the tail had been removed after a distraction by a kobold individual, as well as some other cloaked individuals with the same regalia as Ilnay, the captain of the guard, you guys continue onwards and discovered what looks to be the incline of what looks to be a giant hive of what Daisy, Dune, and some of the other members of the group have been trying to find for some time. And not only encountering a small gathering of the creatures on the end of the territory, but also a familiar creature, a huge, almost gargantuan-like draconic entity that had been also based within the hive of the bone claws that they had been hunting, and had tactfully retreated away from the hive in return. You guys just recently getting away from the hive, immediately pulling back after encountering some immediate damage from the fight. You guys are pulling back maybe 100 to 200 feet away from the hive, and you do see eventually the creatures skittering up to maybe the nearby border that you see the cracks slowly beginning to build on the outskirts of the incline before immediately retreating back, giving off the same gravel-like sounds that they had been giving off before. What do you guys wish to do?
Didn't we eventually settle for a camp and we were taking our rounds?
Yes. Yes, we were.
Believe we were.
Okay, so I think it's me and Dune first, right?
I
That's
think
correct.
so. Yeah.
So, start of the shift. It would be Daisy and Dune. Go ahead and give me some perception checks, please. Both of you sit down, immediately taking a moment to gather yourselves after the encounter. Most of your group, uh, seemingly showing obvious signs of wounds that have been started to patch over time. However, it's quite evident that some of your group has definitely taken quite a hit from this particular endeavor. You do see the sun slowly beginning to fade onto the late afternoon at this moment in time. As you do watch the sun slowly beginning to fade, the exterior of the dome still relatively warm. However, the interior seems to be relatively cool.
I hand over the donut to Dune.
Thank you.
Might be crazier than usual, so enjoy.
Yeah. It's a lot better than having acid and rock spit in your face.
Eh, wasn't expecting nothing, but
No,
I guess
honestly,
respite's information is lacking.
honestly, that was the last thing I was expecting to crawl out that hole.
Yeah, well, respite's information lacks. Not
Uh,
surprised.
well, I mean, to be fair, I could ask trying to go tall, but it's what it is. At least we're alive. That's all that matters.
So I almost managed to kidnap one.
You
I
did. Oh
just need,
yeah, you did say that.
I just need more birds next time. But that won't work. How will 15 birds go around one whole big thing though? Doesn't make
You could
sense.
summon 15.
Oh, 16. I would be riding one.
Oh.
Yes, yes, dude. I can now summon 16 owls.
Huh. Fair
I
enough.
couldn't in this situation since I had to break him free, and I point to the sleeping professor.
Hmm. Yeah.
Imagine if I had managed to kidnap one, we'd be bringing that little pup with us.
Yeah. Well, I can see now why, they have a whole way they go hunt these things now, because that's just ridiculous. You can't even draw them out.
They're smart. They're not stupid.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
and they have a grandpappy.
Grandpappy. More like dad.
No, great grandpappy maybe.
You
Because they
think
were
that
definitely the smaller bone blades and then the bigger ones. So the bigger ones are like dad and moms and
you
yeah.
think
Yeah, no, that big thing is their great grandpappy.
that well maybe. I don't know, they don't even look related. They look like two totally different things.
I mean, nah, who knows? We'll just have to ask the Zanny'sville people.
Yeah, half of them druids know a little something
Because
more than we do.
it's not the first time it's the second time we see this thing. And first it was on a mountain, now it's in the hive of these things.
Wait, could that mean there might be a hive in the mountains of Anakotal? Possibly.
Hmm.
I mean, it's a long shot, but
It is a long shot, but it could be.
let's keep that information in mind in case we ever go back. When you let them know that. Yes, I don't already know.
I did watch them for a bit. They definitely do have quite the reach, and they do enjoy grabbing things with with their hands or claws
Mm-hmm.
rather, and then using their necks to snap at the victim.
Mm. Sounds like fun. I'm gonna go kill one now.
Well, not now, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But the thing we do need to ask these people is, what are their, when do they go out for food and stuff like that, right? Because it's better to get one unawares out in the wild.
Right. That makes sense, but the way I mean, I don't know much about, hives or whatever, but I'm assuming if they're as coordinated and they stay as close as they do, they're never gonna go out one by one. There's probably gonna be a group that go out at a time.
Yes, but it's better to take on a group when there's not the big one around.
True.
Because we can pick the smaller ones off before they even reach us, and then the big ones are the things that would have to be worried about.
Like those smaller ones did a lot of damage. They ripped your owls apart or whatever.
Well, it was more of the bigger ones that did the most
Mm,
churning into it since they're bigger.
okay.
But I'm sure the small ones also hurt.
Right. But I'm gonna go on a limb here. I'm pretty sure if we want to, impress those druids over there, we probably have to go hunt the bigger ones, not the small ones, but like the what you said, the papas and daddies, whatever.
Yeah, the parents.
Yeah, we'll probably have to kill
Yeah, the
one of
adults
them.
instead of the children.
Yeah,
Basically.
so we can't come in
Well,
short half-assed.
well, inevitably, our eventual goal later down the line in the future will be to get one of those bigger ones.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as we don't find a way to deal with the big rock thing,
Right. Let's not
then we.
forget our main task, though. We got to figure out how to turn the
That's
green
what.
on itself.
That's why I said we're leaving this for the future. Yet again,
Okay.
the green takes
So,
precedence.
I hear half everything people say.
I know. That's why I repeat myself only for you.
Hmm. So kind.
Eat the donut before it
Okay. I
goes even
started eating the
staler.
donut.
Okay, roll me a D100, please. 89. Let's see. Okay. Uh, Dune, you disappear.
Hey! Poof.
Daisy, you look over as Dune bites into the donut. You immediately see that there is a slim line of almost a pale yellow, almost neon yellow like jelly that is currently residing in it. And as he bites into it, you see both him and the donut disappear.
Oh.
Am I in a
Mm,
familiar place?
However, both of you, well, Daisy in particular, can still hear the sound of Dune audibly munching down on the donut right next to her.
hmm. I
Dune, you
poke
look
the
around.
air.
There's no difference. You poke the air. There is a physical Dune that is currently sitting there. However,
Now,
you
Huh.
do not physically see him.
Huh,
why you
so this
poking me
time you're
for?
invisible. You're not actually in another dimension.
Oh, I'm invisible now?
Yeah,
Damn. Well,
seems
no
it didn't
change for
take you
me.
to another dimension.
I kind of thought I mentioned a little bit. It was kind of quiet.
Yes, it's quiet because you're technically not surrounded by sound, just things floating there and wandering about.
Yeah, it's definitely a trip. But you know what? I can get behind this. I just keep eating.
Well, while you enjoy your invisibility, Donut, I'm gonna be here changing my notes in my journal so that it doesn't say you know whose name in case of next time.
You
So,
know who? Okay.
yes, May, our gardener.
Oh, her. Right. Yeah. Oh, I
Yes,
forgot her name.
yes. So I'm changing my notes, or rather, I'm starting over and I rip out the pages and start rewriting them.
Very smart idea. I would never have thought of that.
Yep, and I'm burning these tomorrow morning.
Go for it. While you do that, I'll look around and watch.
That's
Okay.
it for me.
Same here.
You watch over, keeping an eye on the horizon around you. You continue to keep a very close eye on the incline and raising of the ground towards the northeast of your location, where you know that the Boneclaw hive seems to be. Every now and then, you do see one of the creatures poke its head out, looking around, seems to pick around at the ground where you guys originally were before immediately bounding back down into the crags and small cracks in the ground that you had seen on your moment there.
Uh,
You do eventually see the time eventually pass over, leading over to the next shift. Who was on
Alright.
number two? Because I don't think we put it in chat.
Let me roll up. I don't think we did either.
I think it was Vannon and Professor. Because Olive had the last two, Harry I think had the fourth, and then Vannon also did the third with Olive.
Right back.
Got you. So, Professor Vannon, you see at this moment in time the dark reds and the purples of the surrounding uh, horizon of the desert that is currently residing around you, coming up to the late evening. You are now watching over. I need some perception checks, please. Right. Professor, you're still gathering some of your nearby supplies, checking over the bag of holding, making sure that there was no damages to it. Um, Keeping a close eye on more of your equipment and the current surroundings at this moment in time. Vannon, on the other hand, being the more perceptive of both of you, will continue to see what looks to be the rising bodies of the bone claws that seem to come out from the hive every now and then. One of them seems to rise up, however, you see one of the much larger ones seems to bound over, immediately corralling it back down into one of the crags and leading it back down into the hive. Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be any immediate change to the trajectory from what you can see
All's quiet.
for now.
Yes.
Anything you were wishing to do during your time?
I got nothing.
If there is nothing happening, then then nothing will happen for this moment in time.
It makes sense.
Yep, time passes. Your 2 hours come to an end, eventually watching over as your shift ends, Professor, allowing you to head back to sleep. leaving Olive and Vannon alone. Uh, Vannon, you'll obviously find that Olive is not in the more talkative mood at the moment and just keeping to herself, but will occasionally give the momentary glance in your direction while she's keeping an eye out. Seems about right. I'm glad you agree. You're watching out, Olive, keeping an eye mostly on your group in comparison, still idling over the last few hours that you'd had. That close moment of death, knowing full well this really was not worth your time. Yeah, just looking over towards Daisy every now and then, just we should not have been here. We should have been heading towards north a long time ago. However, Fannin, you're keeping an eye out at this moment in time as the darkness begins to reside. The only light that you're immediately able to get comes from the interior of the dome that seems to light up the space, allowing you to see your companions without any issue. However, with your dark vision and ability to see in the much uh, darker spaces within your surroundings, you can see what seems to be three, four figures moving from the north towards the east.
I point out to Olive.
Shrugs her shoulders, doesn't know where you're looking, just peers out towards the space. To you, Olive, it is just pitch black. You see the surrounding land, you see the incline, maybe a couple 100 feet away, but apart from that, you just see desert, sand, stone. Vannon, you will continue to see these figures from the north heading towards the east, and you see what seems to be 4 to 5 figures currently standing at the northern edge of the incline to the Bone Claw Hive, all crouched down, huddled together. They will push forwards. You see two of them pushing away from the group, leading them, as you see three of them backing the two of them up. You see the front two pushing forwards up the incline to the Bone Claw Hive, as you see one of them starting to move forwards and leading. And from your perspective, you can see that the one that is currently leading is smaller than the others. By the way, Van, if you are trying to speak, we cannot hear you.
No. Does the small person in the front look like a kobold?
From your perspective, no. It seems to be the same humanoid shape, relatively tall but thinner looking humanoids. You see what seems to be three of them that seem to be wearing more bulkier clothing in comparison to the two that are leading. However, you seem to see that four of them seem to be of the same around height in comparison to the one that is currently leading them. But they all seem to be, from your perspective, the same species.
I tell Olive, I think we probably should let them pass. We don't know what they are.
Laying it on thick there. You guys will see the group slowly beginning to move up the side of the hive as the one that is currently leading them, smaller one, seems to move up, crouching down, continues to jump over what looks to be a crack. As you see, the group seem to move up unnoticed and eventually disappear over the incline. Anything else you wish to do?
Nope.
Okay. Time passes. Doesn't seem to be any change as eventually the end of your shift does come around. Manon allowing you to move over, and eventually, Harry, you are woken up as you see the moon beginning to slowly divot down and dive into its descent, and as small hints of light can be seen on the small horizon, creating a very early morning.
I kind of grumble as I get woken up. Man, I swear, I just got to sleep and now I'm awake again. So fine. I kind of crawl out of my bedroll.
Give me some perception checks, please.
Fantastic. I'm gonna get us all killed. Oh, I can
You're
guidance
gonna
myself
get
on
us
that.
all killed.
I can guidance myself on that. Hold on. Where is well there's and we add ready for that one? No, 2. 14.
All right. 14. Both of you seem to be watching carefully, looking out at the surrounding landscape as you do watch and hear what sounds to be the sound of muffled voices coming from the north and the sound of something being dragged against stone.
I'm sorry, can you repeat what was said? I was watching the tornadoes that are in my area.
Yeah. You can see what seems to be, or you can, more specifically, you can hear what seems to be muffled voices that you don't seem to recognize. However, they seem to be speaking in some form of native tongue and are muffled from the distance that is currently between you and them, and the sound of what seems to be something heavy being dragged against stone.
Okay. Um, can I ask Olive, since you rolled for them, what they would think? I don't know who I asked that to.
Olive would just look at you blankly, like, "What? Who?"
I kind of like relay everything I saw, let her know, point it out.
And just look around for a moment. I don't see anything. You sure you're not hearing things, Harry?
I think. Uh, I don't know. Could I like gauge if it seemed threatening? I don't know if like, can you like insight that?
You can definitely try and insight that. From your knowledge, it almost sounds like the distant sound of voices speaking amongst each other as they are collectively uh, either pushing or dragging some form of heavy object away from a location.
Somebody or something might be being abducted, or maybe they're hunters. I don't something. There's definitely multiple things over there. Um, could I get maybe an idea of how far away it was?
Uh, from this distance, you're not entirely sure. It's still relatively dark, and from what you can see, it's mostly just landscape. But you're only able to hear the muffled conversation just beginning to slowly fade away, and the sound of something being dragged against the ground.
I'm trying to think. Do I go look at it? I'm pretty sneaky. I have guidance. I'll say to Olive, I'm gonna double check, make sure it's nothing coming for us. If I'm not back within I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes, maybe rouse up the group.
She'll nod.
Okay. I'm gonna start creeping off in that direction, trying to be as sneaky as possible, see if maybe I can get a visual on whatever's going on.
Okay.
Hmm.
Go ahead and give me a stealth check, please.
With guidance, because I'm definitely not gonna risk this.
Correct.
26.
26. You are able to move forwards with a gentle and very quick step, barely making any sound whatsoever against the stone and sand covered ground. As you make your way out of the dome, you immediately feel a sudden hill coming from the exterior, cold air that seems to be hanging in the darker part of the desert. As you step outside, you quickly make your way over, and as you do hear the voices, which were officially muffled, now beginning to get louder and louder as you are beginning to catch up to them. You can hear what seems to be a much older sounding voice continuing to quietly speak to what seems to be four other voices. One that seems to be relatively younger than the others. One seems to be a much gravelly voice. There seems to be another one that seems to poke in every now and then, and that seems to be relatively softer. However, the last voice that you hear doesn't seem to be anything that is any form of language, but seems to be the same word repeated over and over again in a different language you don't understand.
So double check it's not Dwarvish or Gnomish, right?
It is not Dwarvish or Gnomish, no.
Okay.
You would know that this would be the more native tongue that you've heard Dune and Vannon speak on before.
Okay. Um, you said like about dragging before. Can I see any dragging going on? Like,
At this distance, no. You'd have to get closer.
even if I used my gun to like sight in and get some like better zoom.
I don't believe your scope has been given night vision tech just yet.
But I have night vision tech.
I'm gonna say go ahead and give me a perception check with disadvantage at this moment in time if you are
Damn.
wishing to use your scope.
I am going to guidance as well.
Okay.
Do I roll guidance with disadvantage?
No.
Oh, well, I don't think it
It's
really
just
matters. I don't think it matters.
you look through the scope and you're still not used to using your scope in the middle of the night, especially with your dark vision, because even though you're trying to concentrate through the lens, the almost gray scale like matter of your dark vision almost seems to distract you outside of the scope just as much as it is within, and the magnification seems to almost give a slight pulsing headache to the front of your head the longer you're looking through the lens.
Um, am I near enough to any footprints? Or like where they were walking?
You look down and you do see that there is indeed a very large groove mark at the bottom of where you can see some of the gravel and sand has been pushed aside. Relatively large. You'd say it would be a solid pound-sized groove. and you can see that's been currently being pushed along, and you do see there's slight divots of what could be footprints on either side of the current gash in the sand that you're currently falling.
Would I, with my survival, would I be able to tell like if it was human or animal being dragged?
Give me a survival check, please.
Which I'm going to against as well. 25.
25. You would believe, at least from your recollection from your previous encounter with these things, that this would be the same size and shape as to one of the smaller bone claws that you had encountered before.
Okay. Yeah, any enemy of them is a friend of mine, right? And I'll kind of creep back to the camp at that point.
Okay. You make your way back, seemingly
I
completely unnoticed for the
I
time
also want to take a
being.
mental note of the word that seemed repeated in the language. Even though I don't know what it means, I assume if I heard it, like it's the same word repeated, I could like kind of note the word, and I'd ask the people who seem to speak that language whenever I get back and they're awake. So
Okay. Uh, the word that you keep hearing from the individual is uh is taping.
Hapen. Hapen. Okay, okay, got it. Once I'm back to camp, I'll make it inside the dome, kind of let Olive know that okay, so there was like 4 people and they're dragging something that I think is one of the creatures that we saw. I didn't really do much. I figure any enemy of theirs is a friend of mine. Just to double check. It's just me and Olive awake for the watch, right?
From what you can see, yes. But you are aware that
I'm gonna look over
Vannon
at Vannon.
has
Is
the
he fucking creeping
capability.
like a jackass?
Vannon, are you like eyes open meditative style, or are you like eyes closed at this moment in time?
I would say eyes closed.
Okay.
Eyes wide shut.
For him, they
You
might as
look
well be.
over Harry, and Vannon's eyes are currently closed, but he is sitting upright, which you know to be in a more meditative stance.
I'm in
So
my
you have
recliner.
you're in your recliner. He's currently in a ghostly recliner. Feet up, which you now notice at this moment in time takes about a good third of the entire dome to himself.
A levitating lazy boy. I'll kind of like just like say in a common voice, like if I was talking to Olive, Vannon, are you awake? Because like I'm not trying to like wake him up, but if he's meditating and listening, then I'd like to know that I am directing my attention to him.
Okay.
I assume from the lack of response that I get no response.
You would assume as such, yes. There's no response or any particular signs at this moment in time that display that he is responding to your request.
Okay. I will like let Olive know what I believe I already said it, so that would
Mhm.
really be it.
Okay. Eventually, the sun begins to rise. You see what looks to be now noticing, Harry, as the light begins to slowly build upon the incline towards the north, that there is indeed quite a large groove in the sand that seems to be running from one of the nearby cracks in the incline and seemingly dragging all the way across the decline of the hive and heading towards the north.
I figure I might as well ask. It's not killer whale shaped, is it?
It is not.
That'd be real unfortunate for them if so. We found this weird desert whale. Drags it back to camp. Oh fuck. Tries to cut its tail off or something for food. Just swaps back. Oh, I see. We've I would call it messed up. But okay. Who's the first person awake?
Technically, aren't you stuck outside the
Probably me.
dome now? Wasn't Harry stuck outside the dome?
Nope. Anyone who's in the dome is allowed to pass freely through it.
Really? Both ways? I thought once you
Yeah.
left, you couldn't
Yeah.
come back. Oh, really?
Both ways.
Who's
The only one that can't leave is Vannon.
The
Seven here,
spellcaster,
yeah.
yeah.
So we take a
Oh,
long rest,
interesting.
correct? You said we succeeded.
Everyone's got a long rest. You are
Hey,
able to regain all hit points.
time to change
Health
spells. Let's go.
pots.
Woo!
Whenever
Your long
as it's now morning, Daisy left her shield aside for me, so I am
Armor.
going to buff it. Oh, I thought it was your shield, but
No, it was
okay.
armor because my shield's magical.
I had it backward. Okay, so
Dune, it is around about this time as you are starting to wake up. You look
Mhm.
down at your hands just in time to see the invisibility slowly beginning to fade away as your translucent form slowly begin to solidify, and
Wait,
you're now once again Dune once
did
again.
no one notice Dune was missing?
No one
I was
noticed Dune
asleep the
was
whole
missing.
time, wasn't I? Wasn't I? So, I don't know. I guess he was invisible during my
Fuck
watch.
yeah.
That's
Yeah, no,
awesome.
but I mean, what do you want? I got an 8 perception check. What do you want from me?
I'm not that little. Oh yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I wasn't looking for Dune, was I?
Exactly. No one would be expecting a Dune to be missing if no one was looking for Dune.
I love it.
How does one miss an 8 foot tall freaking shifter? How?
That's
Who
yeah.
fucking knows?
If you
What do
miss
you
that,
expect?
then you need to go get some like
No,
contacts.
you expect him to be sleeping, and we probably have like gear and shit piled up all over the place. It's dark out. It's like, oh yeah, dude's probably laid over there somewhere.
Yeah, we're
He's
there
in the
that
luggage
pile.
somewhere in that pile, yeah. Where he
I'm just
usually
saying,
is.
with the 16 perception, I wouldn't generally figure that out.
16 now. You were more focused on the creatures that could attack at any moment in time instead of the fluffy barbarian that you think is always by your side. However, it is that moment in time that everyone that will eventually get their long rest in. The dome slowly begins to melt and fade away as the 8 hours eventually does pass, and the sun begins to rise on a new day.
Oh. All
What
right.
you working on there, Harry? As I look over.
I imagine at this point I am done with the infusion.
Yes. You
So like, I just imagine there's
take
like
a
a
look
little
over.
glow that comes off the armor.
You make your way over as eventually, Harry, you are placing down your mat, having worked on small etches and small pieces of runes that you have been taught in the past with your crafter's experience. And after just a second of a small, tiny hit with a tiny little engraving chisel, the last of the runes are engraved into the armor, and with a slight flash of energy, it doesn't seem to have been enchanted with your technique.
Like, did you say doesn't or does?
Does.
Okay. Yeah, that should help you out a bit more.
Appreciate it.
Oh, you got fancy new armor stuff. Cool.
Yeah, and then I like hold up the rifle, which I had already done like during the night, which has like the same runes on it.
I will look at it. Do I notice anything different about it? I do not know what he said, but do I notice anything different
Um,
about it?
you will notice two things.
Mm-hmm.
There is usually where there is usually where there is usually, uh,
Mm-hmm.
you you
Usually,
you
what?
usually see what looks to be a slight gap in the bolt area of where a piece of ammunition should be slot into.
mm-hmm.
That is no longer there. That seems to have been encased and essentially uh, branded over with what seems to be a piece of metal engraved with these runes. And there is a slight hum of energy that seems to reside at the tip of the rifle at all times.
Oh, it makes a funny noise. Hmm.
I
What
mean,
does it
if you
do
ask
now?
me, it makes the best noise.
What does it do now?
I mean, it pops heads. That's what it does. So you should know that. I feel like that was pretty obvious.
Well, no shit. But like, what does the humming do?
Um. Okay, with how you described it, Rob, I imagine I can't inject a magical shell, and
No, the bolt is still there. It's where you usually place the ammunition into is no longer accessible. You've completely covered that over. The bolt is still there, purely due to the fact that you find there's some form of dopamine each time you pull that fucker back. However,
yeah.
you have essentially turned it into a more semi-automatic rifle, so the bolt will still go back, but there's no access to where you usually reload the weapon.
Um, how sneaky are we trying to be right now? I imagine somewhat.
For you, at this moment in time, you think that you're outside the outskirts of the hive, and you're not entirely sure where your previous neighbors are currently at, distance-wise. Um, you're not entirely sure if you have a tail. You haven't really figured that out, but by
Yeah.
all means, you do you.
Basically, I kind of like look around, I look at the gun, I'm like, can't really. Okay, fine. I'll just tell you, it's less fun that way, but fine. I no
Okay.
longer need to craft ammo for this. It kind of makes its own ammo, and it allows me to not have to reload after each shot,
Hmm.
which
Magic.
saves me some time.
That's some magical doohickey stuff.
Yeah, so that's something I've been working on. So
Oh, so that's probably the coolest thing I've heard magic-wise so far. So yeah, I like that.
I mean, I can make pebbles so we can speak to each other too. That's another thing I have, but we haven't really needed that yet. So
You have to show me how. You don't have to show me that later.
I can't do it today. So
Oh, that's why I said later, some other time.
While they're talking, I'll look over to Olive and say, "Fine, keep being a child then. But just know, just because you're being a child, I won't stop and give you healing, you little child." And I turn away.
Like after like telling him all that, because like I just realized like wait, dude was one of the people I needed to talk to. That's right. So dude,
Hmm.
I there were some people dragging something through the desert. I caught up to them. I think it's one of the bone creatures that we fought.
Mm-hmm.
I just imagine food scavengers or hunters or something. But
Mm-hmm.
I kept hearing a word coming from them where I snuck up on them. They kept
Mm-hmm.
saying "capon." I don't
Do I know what that word
over
means?
and over.
You know that word means good hunt.
Ah, okay. That word means good hunt. That's infernal, I'm guessing, right?
Yes, in
Uh,
Infernal.
in infernal, that means good hunt. So those people you heard were probably natives that were coming to do their little hunting ritual ceremony.
Okay.
How many were there? You said 4?
Four and something larger being dragged between them.
Probably dragging one of the bone claws with them. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I guessed at least.
So they do it at night. Okay. I'll have to remember that. And I take out my journal, my little monster hunting journal. I write that down next to like my little document entry for bone claw. Just nighttime question mark.
So,
Okay.
are you saying a group came and hunted while we were asleep here?
That's what it sounds like.
So they didn't even encounter the granddaddy?
Did you hear, Harry? Did you hear any like loud roars or screams of pain and death?
Feel like if I would have heard screams of death, I would have woke you up. That's a pretty good sign. If you I
That's
I don't feel
fair.
I'm overreacting. If I hear screams of death, I'm going to wake you guys up.
No, that's fair.
Unless you don't
Thought I'd
want me
ask.
to, then I guess that's
Hold
an
on.
option. But that's up to you.
Thought I'd ask. You know.
All right. You guys are sitting there, still awaiting.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're ready to go yet, guys? Still got a lot of traveling to do.
Sure.
If you guys want to travel faster, I can summon eagles.
You know what? Why not? Always
But-
tie some distance.
But I'd rather not, just so I have magics in case we encounter anything else that could do us harm. And I look at Olive.
You know, we should probably buy
Sure.
some horses sometime. That'd be nice.
Oh, we'll get them killed quicker and shit. It's gonna end up being a waste of money on this
Ugh.
party.
I mean, yeah, but still. Be
You
nice.
get hit with fireballs like on a weekly basis.
Say, can I just recount
Yeah,
all the
no
times
kidding.
recently we've fled with teleports or anything along those lines? Like,
Is that to me? Sorry.
yeah, it's like how many times can I recount that if we had a horse, we would have lost it in like the last week?
Um, Given the fact that your main base of transport so far has been the beacon stones, very likely. I remember for a fact that you guys were arguing over having a cart for some point in respite. And I can tell you now, that cart had probably been left behind ages ago due to a beacon.
Yeah. Like, it's absolutely. I'm not against. Like, it was absolutely necessary. Like, we need to go somewhere foot fast. I'm down for buying horses, but I think for the long term, we're just gonna end up losing them. They're gonna die, or we're gonna leave them behind.
Oh, you
Yeah,
know what I want to ride?
item that stores a
Alright.
creature or something. That's the
Well,
only option.
is our ship big enough to hold horses for all of us? It's a pretty big ship, right?
Yeah,
It would
you'd
be?
be able
Okay.
to essentially hold yourselves and up to maybe around about 6 to 7 horses, but that would probably be the max.
And we'd probably. I don't think a
Hmm.
regular horse could carry Dune too, right? We need to get like a war horse or
You'd have to
something.
get a war
Right?
horse for
Okay.
Dune, yes.
You know
I
what?
could
I
just
just
have
thought of
a. I
something.
could have a
Sure.
durable.
Instead of a
You save money there.
horse, hear me out. A really big warg.
Or
That would
elephant.
be awesome. No, I like wargs better. Elephants are weird.
Olive just turned to you for a second, just like, so there's this guy called Snarl, and instead of killing him, maybe you could tame him.
Is that an
Wait,
option we
no,
have?
wait, no, I have to kill him.
Uh,
Maybe we can find something. Maybe one of his pack will like stick around. Who knows?
I can help with that.
you know what? I'm gonna hold you to it. That would be cool. We've got to find a big
Yeah,
one though, a pretty large fella. Anyway, let's go. Start walking towards that
Let's
exfil.
move.
so who's leading the pack this time?
I shall do it. Doesn't it? Oh, okay, fine. Fresh does it.
I said not me. You go right ahead.
Nah, you said me. I heard you say me.
Hell no, dude, I'm gonna get us
See,
killed.
dude, trying to convince the professor to go first, and I take lead because fuck that. Like, damn it.
I'll take
Harry,
it.
roll
I'll
me
take
that
this.
survival check, please.
Can I
with
assist
advantage.
him? Yeah.
And I will guide him.
I was
Okay.
also going to guide myself, but I guess I'm getting more guidance instead of my own. So, survival.
Nice.
19
It's at least
with
20.
the guidance.
Yep, it's
You got
exactly
me
20.
Exactly
Yeah.
20. Okay. You need to roll me a d20, please.
Roll that
Do I
20.
get advantage on that as well?
No.
No,
Can I guide it?
no.
I would like to tell it to roll. It did not listen.
Dang.
16. Okay. You can see as you're moving forwards, what looks to be a gathering of holes that seem to be residing towards the northern side of you. You can see what seems to be maybe 4 or 5 large crater-sized holes in the ground that seem to be almost pockmarking the northern side of the desert as you are making your way forwards.
I will relay everything to the party so we can get a group decision on whether or not to handle or not to handle it.
That'd be what we're gonna do. They're just holes in the ground.
Remember the last time we came across holes in the ground?
You guys want to just fly over these and not bother them?
Hells, I don't see why not.
Very well. And I'll summon just 8 owls. Get on.
Yep.
And they'll travel at full speed. Northwards.
Climb
Okay.
on top.
Well, not northwards, but north. West.
I'm
Yes,
gonna
northwest.
watch and make sure Olive agrees and or gets on.
Does Olive follow willingly? Park? I suppose he might be out right now.
I know.
I agree.
I feel like this is an important detail that I need to make sure.
From what you can see, it looks to be 5 different holes, each separated by around about 30 to 40 feet. You can see that the holes themselves seem to be around about 20-foot diameter. From the distance that you're currently at, the first hole is around about 200 feet away. And there does not seem to be any signs of movement or any life that seem to be residing from or around the holes, from what you can see.
Well, ain't nothing to them. Let's keep going.
Group start making their way on top of the owls. Olive will go ahead, just look around, give a slight nod. Very well. If you want to leave this one, we'll go ahead and leave it. Don't see any reason not to.
Could you send Ozzy down there and just scope it out quick?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, why not just check it out? It might be something. I mean, you never know.
Ah, fair.
Found this bag of holding on a beach.
You send the
So, yeah.
owl.
Yep.
Okay. Ozzy looks at you for a moment, gives a nod, flies up into the air, and heads towards the first hole. As Vannon, you send Ozzy over, and you begin to look into through his eyes. You can see from your distance, it looked to be maybe 20 foot diameter. The first hole seems to be around about 20-foot radius as he begins to fly over it. And as you make him look down, there is nothing but darkness directly underneath.
Ooh.
They're deep.
There does not seem to be a floor to this hole.
Sounds dangerous.
Start. At what point does it go from a hole to a pit?
I don't know.
Do I know of any large-ish creatures that burrow through the sand that leave holes like that?
The group's encountered one before.
I was saying, I think we
I
all did.
haven't. I haven't.
You're familiar with some creatures that like to burrow. You've encountered one particular creature that resided underneath respites
Mm-hmm.
within the mines themselves that you know to be some form of ant-like creature.
Mm-hmm.
However, this hole seems to be a lot larger than green made ones. They made tunnels that were reasonably around about 10 to 12 foot tall. The idea of a hole being around about 40-foot long and wide definitely does not sound green made.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't have any idea what might have made that.
I have no clue either.
I kind of look over at you beside your mother.
You know, I might be insulted if I knew her.
Do I know a large burrowing creature that size besides the purple worm or anything like that?
Uh, as you look down, you can't help but think that does seem relatively familiar to the same hole that you
Mhm.
encountered the first time that you had come to Essrena.
There it is.
However, this one seems to be relatively smaller than the hole that you had encountered.
Here, go ahead and recall Ozzy back. I tell everyone that, yeah, these might be that big worm thing. It's just a smaller version of it.
Yeah, let's go.
We may want to bypass this.
Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah,
mess with that.
let's just keep going.
Like those big purple worms, but smaller, but much smaller. Just a little.
I was say not much smaller, just slightly smaller.
Well, that's terrifyingly horrifying. All right, let's go and get out of here. Oh, flipping
Right.
warm food.
Using the owls, you guys start making your way up. And you said that you're flying over these holes?
Very high up.
Okay.
Like 200 feet up.
Okay, thank you.
Rob's like,
Note
I don't
to
want to kill
self.
you this way.
Right. So note to self, the worms are now 210 foot long. No. Uh
No, there's one. He's just the really, really like oddly shaped off child that everybody hates until he kills the entire group of adventurers and shares it with the rest of the clan. Then he becomes the leader.
It looks like one worm, but it's actually 12 worms stacked on top of each other in a worm carcass.
It's not a worm trench coat.
you do immediately send the owls up to the 200 foot incline, eventually making your way upwards, and you do see every now and then in one of the large holes, you see what seems to be a large set of cylindrical like uh teeth and protruding jagged like uh almost sharp nail like protrusions that seem to slowly extend from one of the holes as if reaching out into the air and then immediately retracting back into it again. As Daisy, from your perspective, you see residing not only inside of the mouth of the creature, but skittering around these large retracting like claws that are coming from the mouth of this creature. You can see what seems to be skittering around them, what looks to be small, almost arachnid like creatures that are currently residing not only on the exterior of these uh, large worm like entities, but inside them as well.
Do not share that information with the party. I already like to unknow what I have just learned, but I can't. Glad Harry doesn't know.
Does it look like they have like a symbiosis sort of thing, like parasite and host type of deal?
Uh, Give me a nature check, please.
Right? I can't guidance because we would all fall to our deaths.
Yes.
Can I guidance him? Even though let's touch.
You are on a you would
It's
I
touch.
think it's a touch spell,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's a
so
touch,
you'd
yeah.
be on a different owl.
Oh yeah,
So if
23.
the owls are them and I touch an owl, would it touch them?
No.
Good try.
Even though one does touch the soul, that does not mean they are physically touched.
Alas, you are soul touched.
uh 23. You are relatively familiar with these kinds of creatures, mostly due to the fact that you came across these creatures when researching the bone claws due to the relative familiarities with some of the more makings and uh, creative shell of the creature itself. You know the skittering creatures that are currently residing within these worm-like entities are known as Cluthrix.
What?
Cluthrix.
Ooh.
A Cluthric, which I will go ahead and give you a nice little picture of real quick.
I'm going to wish I could unsee this.
What the? Wait, haven't we seen these before?
You
Or
have
they
not.
just look familiar? Oh god, they're freaking ugly as hell.
I
Holy
like them. They're
heck.
cool.
They're ugly. Holy hell.
They look like they have sharp
You
teeth.
see that these creatures are currently moving and manipulating along these large worm-like entities within the holes, and you would know that the Futhrix are not only a invasive species from your general knowledge, due to them being not only more underground dwellers than uh, creatures of the surface, but also have a general uh, connection to the void of chaos. These creatures are known as either aberrations or monstrosities in your general case of things. Clearly not from this world or this plane, and are beings that are known to not only spread, but genuinely create any form of chaos possible. You would know that most of the hives are living hives. And the worms themselves carry maybe hundreds, if not thousands, of these individual creatures inside them, but also within the caverns that they create. So you are now looking at this moment in time, what is essentially one of the living hives of a Kuthric hive that is moving between hole and hole, actively hunting within its natural hunting grounds.
That's wild.
Are you like Daisy? Are you giving this information out?
Please no.
Just out of
And
curiosity. Oh,
just for base idea of what exactly you're seeing in the ground at the moment, I'll go ahead and give you a token of that real quick.
Yeah, all I'll say is, yeah, we're not gonna fuck around with that. Those are some parasites and their host. That's all you
uh,
need to know.
There you go.
Nope. Mm-mm. Hell no. Nope. Fuck that.
That is what you see essentially.
I have one
That
question.
is moving out of the hole, then immediately retracting. But each and every one of those teeth, you can see what seems to be one of those Kruthrix moving and manipulating and twisting in between them.
Hey, Daisy, whenever we stop next time, remind me what those things are. I want to fill out a thing in my book about them.
And I'll give you all the details, but
Please do.
You
just
should
so you
probably note
know,
that on the map if you're
each
gonna
one of
try to
those is
do
a
anything like that.
hive full of those spider things.
Yeah, no, we're good. Let's just keep going. You
And
know what?
thousands live inside of them.
You know, I never seen them. Never seen them before. I know. We're talking about. Nothing down there. Let's go.
Just as you're leaving, Daisy, you look back as you see what seems to be one that is relatively larger than the others. Here, looking over in your direction.
Oh hell no! What the fuck is that?
Oh, that's some Warhammer type stuff. What is this?
I know.
Izzy, do you look at Harry at any point?
No,
It
I'm
seems to be
focused on these
looking
things.
in the flying direction of the owls, as if genuinely gathering its presence, but unable to really reach the creatures that are flying by.
Do I recognize what this creature is, or is it like just like the leader of the hive, like the queen or something like that?
Uh, with your nature check, you would believe that this is either some form of soldier or uh, higher ranking individual amongst the hive. You would notice that the smaller ones are just constantly working, not really attempting to notice your presence. But this one and the ones that seem to also begin to gather and build directly behind it do seem to be relatively well aware of particular presences near the hive itself.
I kind of call out to Daisy. Do you want me to shoot it?
Hell no!
Probably can.
Don't.
I mean,
Whatever you do, don't.
I would rather
I
call a
don't need
cricket.
Olive on my ass again.
I don't see how they could get us up here.
This looks like it's after the cricket, not us. Ugh, no, let's go.
Fine.
If you kill it, what are you gonna do with it?
I don't know. Just gonna be funny to just like they all seem to like that one seems bigger. It seems like it's in charge. Like, how would you feel if you walk up to your leader at some point? You're just like, "So what do we do today?" And he just dies. You're just like, "Oh." well then.
Harry, have you ever seen a bug that seems like they can't fly and then they fly? Let's not find out.
No, that's why I say near fire a lot. I don't want to deal with that.
Well, you better enjoy having fire, because remember those little worm thing, not worms, insect things that crawl around the ground looking for food? We're going back to those. So keep your fire out, because we're going to need it.
Wait, do I have a personal forge that I'm carrying around now? Since when?
A torch, Harry, a torch. For crying out loud, it's called a torch.
Oh, that's not hot enough. That's not hot enough at all.
Harry, you need to make a flamethrower.
You kind of see like Harriet's head turned you with like one eyebrow raised.
Oh boy.
So you're telling me I could cast fireball?
Like scorching ray repeatedly.
Okay, okay.
Continuously, constantly, until you run out of fuel.
He's
Harry
magical.
pulls out
It'll get
his
fuel.
notebook now. Flame thrower.
Careful so it doesn't fall off.
So,
Also,
you think I'll-
thinking with Olive's little jug that produces oil, you can just take that and mix it with some whatever sawdust.
Oh God.
Yeah, I'm just writing down Essrena now. Oh, divers?
Oh
Democracy?
boy.
Question mark?
Mom's thinking through
That'll be coming
the,
soon.
the judges. What war crimes are there on this continent?
It's
All
really
of
the
them.
convention, more like the Essrena convention at this point.
Is flamethrowing
However,
used a war crime?
I mean, is delayed fireball a war crime?
Eh, just stick it on a bat, send it to a bell tower. Easy.
Hey guys, I just need to use the toilet real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Just no, not me. They just they just
So
cast
Ron, like, you're
fireball
actually,
into
Probably
lavatory.
had like the shit or something.
Exactly.
So,
Just yeah, I'll be right back, guys. Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, I'm just secretly placing a freaking delayed fireball in each of your toilets. But no. You guys are able to fly over without attracting any further attention. Daisy, you do glance back and you do see one of the worms retracting mouths immediately fall back into one of the holes, not showing any signs of following.
All right.
Harry, would you like to roll me another survival check, please? You are
Absolutely.
currently at noon at this moment in
With
time.
with my own guidance as well.
You can have guidance as well. You do have
I'm gonna-
advantage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm helping you.
Well,
Don't
I'll
worry.
It's
roll
a
this because
lovely
I was already
bird's-eye view.
into it. So and survival ×2. So whatever it is +3. Wow, fantastic.
13.
Go ahead and roll me a d20, please. Seven. Okay. Okay. As you continue forwards, you can see as you are flying over what looks to be a small rise in the ground. Clearly not rock or a collective of stone, but a single individual rise that seems to be of left alone. And as you pass on by, Harry, you begin to recognize, oh, that's a bone claw.
That's another one.
But
And another one.
you see as you begin to lower yourself down to get a closer look, it is not the bone claw, but simply the shell that has been broken and removed of all of its spikes.
So, harvested bone claw?
You take a circle around and you do see that essentially there is nothing but a shell of stone that is currently resting in the ground that has the same shape and exterior of what looks to be a block of bone claw corpse.
Is this a shed?
Wait, what?
You do you lower down like to the ground at this point? Because at this moment you are still circling in the air.
No, I choose life. I'm just
Okay.
curious. Like, I kind of asked that aloud. Like, do those things shed, or is that a dead one?
I send the 2 owls that are remaining to grab it and see what happens.
Okay. You have the two
Minus 2
owls go
owls.
down, and it does not move as both of them grab a hold of the remains, and you just see them see what looks to be something mostly like a bundle of rock in the shape of like a turtle shell that is completely barren of anything else. Uh, as you get a closer look, especially to Daisy and Vannon, both of you will take a look closely and see that there's small etchings and marks that show that there is clear signs of some form of harvesting knife that has been worked within and around the remains that is currently here.
That's probably the corpse from the hunters.
So only the shell is what remains, correct?
The take a look close, you'll notice that there is no shell.
Mm.
The jagged like armor that you had seen and is essentially the main material that you require for your weapon is no longer there, but simply the rock remains of what was the natural armor to the creature. Small bits of clay and gathered rock that seem to remain around what used to be the main body of the creature.
I see.
So anything of particular value, such as the armor and the innards of the creature, are completely gone. This is essentially just an empty shell.
I see.
So
Yeah, let's
the
go back
thing
into
just
formation.
shed its rock.
No, it looks more like it was harvested.
Might have been the company that Harry heard last night.
Probably.
Hmm. Well, let's just keep going. Maybe we'll see them on the way there.
Well, we're gonna have to land soon, since these owls are getting close.
Alright.
So let's hurry up.
Alright.
Okay. Harry, one more survival check, please. With advantage and guidance. $23. With the guidance.
There we go. 25.
25. And go ahead and roll me a d20, please.
That
Okay.
could be bad. That could be good.
I mean, I think I know who's coming around.
We either find
Hey!
okay, we either find Hamper or we find the giant purple worm.
I mean, ¿por qué no las dos?
Why
I
not
mean,
both?
in this territory, it wouldn't be the GG. You're dealing with the hands territory here.
I think that's worse.
However, as you guys are making your way forwards on your owls, you can see what seems to be uh two things. One, you see what seems to be a small little cottage that currently resides to the current northeast of your location. You see what seems to be a small pillar of pale white smoke that is currently residing at the top of what looks to be a small thatched chimney. You see what looks to be a small hint of light currently residing inside of the small cottage, and what looks to be a garden of flowers and small trees bearing fruit on either side of a small pathway that leads to the front door. You see to the west of your current location what looks to be moving forwards and quietly making their way what looks to be a uh, cart that is currently being pulled by a larger serpent-like creature. However, that has six arms, three on either side, that seems to be moving forwards across the ground and pulling a singular cart behind it. And it is currently heading north.
Do I know what that is?
Uh, the creature
Yeah,
or the cart?
the creature.
The creature. You give me a nature check, please.
All right. Let me nature.
Sure.
You would be familiar of these creatures simply because you used to hunt these before you met the group.
Mm-hmm.
They are a particularly nasty creature to hunt, mostly because of the fact that they bite back pretty nastily.
Yeah.
And they are reasonably gamey and very, very nutritional due to the fact that their meat is very strong and rather good for growing muscle, especially due to them having some more draconic heritage. You know
Okay.
these two have the name of the Sandrake,
Okay.
and it seems to be a relatively larger looking Sandrake that is currently pulling the cart towards the north.
So guys, that's a Sandrake. That's actually really good to eat. So I mean, if you want to kill it and have a good supper at night,
I
plus
mean, it has
it's
a cart, no?
it's great for building up muscle mass.
Again, it's being towed. It's towing a cart that I imagine has not. I mean, I wouldn't imagine it has smaller sandrakes in it, but I mean, you never know. But I imagine it has
I would
reinforcements.
like to see if there's something in the back in that cart. If there's like any humanoids on it. Like something has to be controlling this thing.
You take a look over and you do see what seems to be one figure that is currently at the front of the cart. Everything behind it, there is a giant red tarp that seems to reside over it. And Daisy, it clicks for a
Mm-hmm.
second.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen one of these carts before.
What is it?
Uh, you've encountered a small hamlet to the north of Respite that used to manufacture some of these carts.
Oh, it's a Boshian cart.
This is a Boshian cart, essentially a cart that allows a much larger expansion of space to reside within it. You remember a
Oh,
few times that the Boshians used carts that essentially could hold up to hundreds of people due to it having a space within it that is essentially the size of a manor.
Hmm.
and you knew that the Boshians were essentially traders of this particular part for quite some time, before they were sieged and essentially stopped by Fort Ridian and the Chain Bearers.
I let the party know.
Wait, so these are the ones like that we like the like that one like we traveled with them for a little. Remember?
Yes, it's like the one Zenith had.
I mean, if you guys are so buddy with them, all we'll stop by and say hi.
Well, we don't know who they are. Could be traders from Anikotal, traders from Boshian. Well, just left the Boshian. Or they could be traders from Zanizul returning to Zanizul. So it's up
Well,
to you guys.
I mean, do we have money for anything? If we say anything like?
Oh, so that
Not a
house over
lot,
there is
no.
very suspicious. And I point to the other house.
Yeah.
Hey, Nine Toes, we got any
Yeah.
money?
Not really, no. I mean, we have a little bit, but not money to buy anything
Mm.
impressive. We got, yeah, not a lot, man. Like around 100 gold, a little more, 150 maybe.
Well, we are broke.
Yep.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we have some magic items we can probably trade with them if they're willing to trade, right?
Sure, we got a lot of stuff.
We could try and see if they want to do up some trades. Then, I mean, I'm cool with that if you guys are.
We'll say hi.
Whatever you guys decide.
Loop on in.
Yeah, let's go.
I'll keep my owl in the back. They can go in front.
Okay, so you can see that the cart is continuing to move forwards, and the cottage seems to be relatively quiet. There doesn't seem to be any movement or any signs at the moment. What are you guys wishing to do?
Go check out the cart, right?
Okay. So who's going down?
Now I'll go down. Why not?
I'll follow Dune down.
Okay. You guys start making your way down. As you descend, leaving the rest of the group behind, you can see currently pushing forwards and commanding the Drake as it seems to scramble along the dunes and the rise and fall of sand. What looks to be a ramshackle, red and yellow, almost gypsy cart. You see what looks to be a relatively 10-foot tall tent that has one of the large red and golden tarps that currently reside over it, allowing the back to look some form of uh, mixture of like a trade cart. However, you can see residing behind it, there is a large frame that seems to arch over and create a small little archway in the back and a small staircase that seems to rest directly underneath it. And instead of wheels, you can see what looks to be small sled like tracks directly underneath that seem to be sliding back and forth behind the large sand drake that is currently pulling it. You can see currently residing at the front of the uh, sled-like gypsy cart is a small wooden, pale-faced looking figure that is currently looking like a theater mask. One half looking like a smiling face, the other half with a sad frowning face. You can see it is currently wearing a a leather-like jacket however, is completely wooden and etched into the frame of the almost 5 foot tall humanoid individual and is like snapping the reins every now and then. You can see what looks to be a wooden suit that is engraved into the chest and uh, lower body of the form as you hear the slight wooden echoing sound coming from the individual going, Samson, we need to go. We must get the mistress back to Xanazul.
Oh, hey, they're going to Zanizul.
No, yeah.
That's
Maybe
fine. I
we
mean,
could, maybe we can make friends when we get there.
sure. Yes,
You,
yeah.
you do the talking. I'll just back you up.
Okay. So obviously, they can hear us. I'm assuming because we just heard them or something.
He
We
seems
heard a
to
voice.
be. You see the individual that is currently snapping the reins does not turn his head towards you. His head is maintaining forwards directly towards the large sand drake that is currently dragging the carriage behind it.
Yeah, I'll just kind of yell out, "Hello there, fellow traveler." He slowed down for a minute.
You see the wooden head just turn slightly in your direction, giving you a
Away.
slight glance for a moment, but for immediately putting his head directly forwards again, and then pushing his head and snapping the
Yeah,
reins once again.
So you in the wagon. Like I heard that voice coming from the wagon, right? I'm assuming.
Oh no, it came from the wooden
Oh, did it?
individual.
Did it? Okay.
Yes, it did.
Don't
How?
scare him.
No, that's yeah. I don't want to scare him. Sir, excuse me. We're also going to Zanizul, which we can talk for a moment.
You see the wooden head turn towards you, and you see that the blank uh black eyes of the masked individual just looking towards you, just completely blank faced. There is no expression, no signs of emotion except from the partial theater mask that currently resides over him,
Yeah,
as
that's
he will
okay.
just tilt his head slightly for a moment. You are not involved with the mistress's business. Therefore, we are not in business. Please go on your way. And he will just turn his head again and continue to snap the
I'm
reins.
I'm going to. No, excuse me. Yeah, We're going to Zanizul too. We just wish to talk to you about the city itself. Possibly travel together for safety.
Uh, Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, please.
Okay.
Am I in range to give him guidance?
Uh,
I'll take
you
it
would
if I
have to
can
be
get it.
within 5 feet of him.
I would
I don't
be.
know how
I
eagles
would
are
have
flying.
gotten.
So
Dirty
Remember,
20 is not.
you're all on owls right now.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everyone's on owls right now,
Oh,
so it would be relatively difficult to give someone guidance in this position.
Yeah, dirty 20 is not bad.
I could use Aldi
Uh,
to transport.
if only you had thought about that beforehand. Anyways, Professor, you do hear for a moment the wooden creaking of the driver beginning to turn and face his head towards you. You do not have business with the mistress, so you do not have business with us. Please be on your. As you hear the cloak of the carriage suddenly open behind, you see what seems to be, for a second, you'd think just a normal individual. However, you see what looks to be a protruding nose of what looks to be some form of snout and a dark black uh, fur from what you can see. However, completely covered the front and covering the nose is pale white makeup. As you see what looks to be, strangely enough, with a rounded red nose at the front, what looks to be some form of wolfman clown, just slowly poking his head out towards you.
Hello. Maybe
He
speak
just
with the
narrows
mistress.
his eyes, just looking, making sure he's looking what he's looking at.
You can just see the head just like looking over towards you just for a second, just hey, Snappy the Clown here. You have business with the mistress and Zanazol, or what's going on?
Yeah, we couldn't help it over here. You were headed to Zanizul, and we are as well. But we thought perhaps we could travel together for safety, and maybe you could tell us a little bit about the city and the goings on.
Right. Sorry to say this, buddy, though we're kind of new to the place ourselves. That's why we're not getting involved with outsiders at the moment. You see, Mistress Pomfrey really needs to get her beauty sleep. Get ready for the big entertainment that's happening in the next few days, so she really doesn't need to be disturbed.
Sure, no, again, we don't want to be disturbance. We just, mistress sounds important. We could again travel together for safety. And as I say that, I will cast Pan's beguiling charm.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and roll.
I forget what do I have to roll. What's it? Hold on. Uh, Persuasion check contested by the creature's insight check.
Okay.
Ow. Salem, ow. I need to cut your claws.
Fuck.
Okay. As you begin to click your fingers, giving that smile, you see the pale-faced, looking a wolven individual just tilt his head slightly, just raise an eyebrow. Look, buddy, I understand that you guys are fans, and we understand that sometimes the fans want to get cool, good, and buddy with some of the acts. We understand that you guys want to get the free tickets. Look, I'm sorry, we can't offer those at this moment in time. Maybe if we met you in Xanazol, we might be able to consider something, but right now we can't really do it.
Can I
Okay.
take a look around ahead of them and see if we see
Um,
anything that might cause them danger to warn them to maybe make them more willing to be on our side?
Uh, First of all, Harry, as you take a look over, you can see, first of all, the wooden construction that is currently driving the front of the cart. You can quite clearly see that this is some form of warforged. However, you do not see any form of metallic structure to it, or anything that shows any signs of magical runes that you'd normally see across normal Warforged. The one thing that you do notice is for just a second, directly above the limbs of the arms and the head and the legs of this construct, small, almost translucent like threads seem to move up and down directly above the limbs as if something is puppeteering it.
can I tell if this wolf man thing is a shifter like me?
Uh, Go ahead and
Hmm.
roll me a wisdom check, please.
Ooh, this would be a terrible one.
You're honing into your natural instincts, trying to see if you can have some form of like natural connection,
Hmm.
uh, forming with your own kin. And even though there is a formal bestial connection that you do sense from him, it does not seem to be a shifter. And for a moment, you do click for a second. Yeah, this guy's a werewolf.
Hmm. Interesting.
You've encountered a werewolf before.
Yeah.
He has the same details, the same stance. However, he's not the one that you're after.
Hmm.
you remember yours being a more darker brown in comparison.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a survival check, Harry.
I'm gonna have to type it out because I feel like it wasn't heard. So,
Yeah, sorry. Uh,
and I would guidance myself as well.
that is a stealth check.
You're right. That is okay. How would we roll that? They're side by side, misclick, but
No worries.
same roll.
Okay.
Funny enough.
So 21. You would look around. There doesn't seem to be anything immediately catching your attention, especially since you do still have a fair amount of light to catch a good few hours of their trip ahead. And there doesn't seem to be anything that immediately sends any signals or alerts.
So maybe like let them know of some dangers so that maybe we get a chance. But
Right. Um, Based on what you can see, there doesn't seem to be any threats in the immediate vicinity.
Just out of curiosity, how does a fellow like you become part of an act? Just out of curiosity.
Been in this business for as long as I remember, friend.
Fair enough.
Originally came from a place called Waterdeep. Was real nice. Then,
Mm-hmm.
Mistress Humphrey, she took good care of me.
Okay. If I ever
And
leave this room, I'm going to give it a look.
well, pompous patrol is always a great way to entertain yourself.
Mm-hmm.
We'll make sure to base ourselves in Xanazol. I'll keep an eye out for you lot.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, anytime.
You just see him just slowly begin to retract his head into the flaps of the carriage, and you just hear the voice muffling out.
Just some fans. I'll send them off.
For it just hear a slight gathering of gathered voices from within the carriage itself.
It's nice to see a fellow
Um,
like him around sometimes.
It is at this moment in time, Daisy, you will notice just hanging underneath the carriage near one of the wheels, you do see the powerful, pompous patrol of Mistress Pompous, the circus of all forms and all sizes.
Amazing name.
I respect it. And it,
Does it ring any bells?
Roll me a history check.
Right. Where is my sheet? I lost my sheet. I lost. There we go. 20. Flat.
You would actually remember solely due to the fact that it would not be from your own research, but a conversation from Syl. That he had encountered a circus one time in the Feywild from a particular Mistress Pomfrey, who is indeed a Fey of the Feywild, who goes around making deals with individuals that are of natural manipulation or uh, basically curses that change them physically and allow them to gain work with different talents that they provide to her circus. You would know that she can make very good deals with individuals for particular prices, but when it comes to the Fae, usually the deals can be rather one-sided or rather tricky for the individuals, and you can only assume that it involves something with their contract with the circus. Apart from that, there doesn't seem to be any major nefarious deeds. It's more of a foster home for people that have been cursed and wish to entertain other individuals.
I would let them know, just so they are warned ahead of time.
We'll take that into consideration.
You would remember that there are few acts that do come to mind. One of which is Snappy the Clown, the werewolf entertainer. You would know that there is the Triton twins, the Aqueous acrobats, who seem to use some form of mixture of the ball of death and a fishbowl. You would know that there is essentially a magical man that can only be seen in mirrors and seems to have some form of magical act that involves them. Apart from that, you know that the ringleader, Miss Pumphrey, never really shows her face, but instead a large illusion of what looks to be the fairy tale version of a fairy godmother would always appear in her stead. Very pompous, large dress that seemed to sparkle with all forms of stars and shine, wearing like a very grandmother, like honey hive haircuts, graying wrinkles, wearing and wielding some form of wand that seems to fly over the circus when most of the acts are performing. But no one's ever really seen her true face.
I will also relay this information.
Mm.
Okay. I mean, I guess we'll just see you in Zanizul, right? Like, I don't think we have
Yeah, that's
immunity
what
to
they
stuff.
said.
Yeah.
You just
Yeah,
see
well,
the wooden driver just staring at you blankly. The mask directly in front of the face, not showing any emotions as it just again snaps the reins and the Drake begins to move over the top of the dune and begin to slide back down and continue onwards, not saying another word.
as they pull away from us, I want to yell for the free tickets.
There doesn't seem to be any response
They
as
heard me.
it continues onwards.
They heard me. All right. I mean, I guess should we go check out that cottage before we leave, or do we just want to
Yeah, we'll check that one.
might as well over here, right? It's kind of odd out here in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Could be a witch. Just saying. I mean,
Oh,
I
hag
was
and
thinking,
witch.
I was thinking
But
hag immediately, but when I
If
was
it's a
thinking,
hag, we'll take care of it.
I'd rather not have to deal with another hag in my lifetime.
get 8 eggs.
Another hack?
Well, I mean, we killed the first one pretty easily. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
I mean,
don't you remember the child stealer?
Oh.
Well, yes, I do.
When there's more.
Yeah,
Well,
sisters.
let's hope it's not a coven of witches. I mean, hag, sorry.
It's always a coven. I've read the stories.
I mean, we could always just not go to the cabin. I'm just kind of curious, though. To be perfectly honest.
Well,
Cottage or
it's
whatever.
your soul that'd be in trouble, and honestly, I'm not the owner of your soul, so you can do whatever you want with your own soul.
I'm not gonna go by myself. I mean, Jesus Christ! Like, we want to go check it
Who?
out or just keep going?
Oh, so peaceful.
Who's this Christ guy you talk about?
Yeah, I don't know.
Got him.
This is a religious one.
You all look over and see what seems to be a singular floored cottage. Thatch roof that seems to have a singular spire of white smoke that comes from the top of the chimney. A small garden resides around the cottage itself. Uh, a complete green in comparison to the pale uh, tan-like sand and stone that currently surrounds it. You can see that there are multiple flower beds that reside around the front of the cottage and what looks to be multiple trees that are bearing fruit. You can see that there is a window currently residing to the left of the doorway at the front of the cottage. That seems to be uh, currently curtained off, but there does seem to be some form of light residing within it.
Okay.
Mm.
Does-
Well, now that
Do
I'm
you wanna go
thinking
peek?
more, now that I'm thinking more about it, mm, I don't know. Unless Professor, you want to do the talking, then I'll go right behind you.
All right, let's go. Screw it. Let's go.
All right.
Swoop down to the cottage.
Okay, so as you all watch the rest of the group, you see
Happy.
Dune and the professor, after speaking to the carriage, make their way back and then immediately dive back down towards the cottage.
Yeah, I can be a How's workout.
Brandon will follow him, but like 20 feet behind, very quietly.
Okay. As you make your way down, you begin to see that there is slight hints of movement behind the curtains. As you move closer and closer, just to the outskirts of where the garden resides, there is a distinctful sweet smell residing in the air, especially for you, Dune, as there is a strong smell of pastries, more specifically, pie.
Pie.
May I ask what the house is made of?
You can see it is made mostly out of a mixture of wood and stone that reside at the base and walls, and there is thatch and straw that seems to reside over the top to create the roof. It is in a circular, like shape, more an oval size shape, in the form of some form of cottage.
Okay, so let's just kind of flutter down. Like I don't want to get off the owl. I kind of want to hover, like kind of by where the front door is. Just yell out, "Hello, you in the cottage? Hello."
Doesn't seem to be any response.
Okay.
Well, if they're not coming out, I'm going back.
Yeah, this is just kind of.
Suspicious, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go, I'm not. Yeah, let's go back
Yeah, let's
then.
go.
Oh,
Mhm.
better safe than sorry. God damn it, I'm really curious. You know, it just feels dangerous.
Well, I mean, as
Dune,
I've.
roll me a
Mhm.
Constitution save, please.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh,
There we
boy.
fucking go. Here we go.
as you stand there, you're like, yeah, we should go. You hear your stomach growl,
Oh no.
Mm.
and you sniff the air again. God, each time that you've gone to Silky's, you've gotten into a habit. That pie,
Oh, it
smells
smells so
good.
good.
God damn it.
I mean, we could at least ask if maybe just take that
Professor,
pie.
Yeah.
as he's talking, you are starting to notice the corners of his mouth. He is drooling.
Okay.
And that pie, we could. I mean, those looking, we should go take it at least. I mean, that looks
Yeah,
really
no,
good.
maybe you
Mhm.
know what? We get to Zanizul, I'll buy you 10 pies. Let's get out of here. This isn't
Mhm.
no. This I don't feel right about this.
That's some grade A bribery right there, if you ask me.
10
10.
fresh
Fresh from the you can pick them out. We go to any bakery you want.
deal.
Dune, roll me a Constitution save, please,
With advantage?
with advantage.
There it is. There.
Hey,
Even the 10 pies, your stomach growls again. It smells like a fine ass pie.
I hover over him like, dude, I'll
You
give you
know-
50 pounds of food if you fucking step away right now.
listen, I understand, but that pie smells
50
really.
pounds of food,
And
dude.
that pie smells really fucking good.
Hey,
My
Daisy.
food's better, dude.
Wait,
Daisy,
Daisy. Well,
at this
why are you
moment
fighting?
at this moment in time,
Just make the birds
there
go.
is just a sudden
Go, go, go.
moment that you realize, wait a minute, I'm not flying anymore. As both of you will notice that Daisy's owl has turned into a pigeon.
Oh, fuck.
Fuck.
As
mean,
Daisy,
that's
you just
plus.
plop onto the ground next to the professor and Dune.
I'll step back as fast
What?
as possible.
In the hells?
As Daisy, you just hear in the back of your mind, you didn't hear that.
Wait, wait,
You
wait.
you
So,
weren't you weren't with them. They're like around about 100 or so feet away. You are not with them at this moment in time.
oh, okay.
It is at this moment in time, Dune, the professor, and Vannon maybe 20 feet. If you'd like to join them, you're free to do so.
Oh, okay, no, I misunderstood. My bad. I'll just
No
stay back.
worries.
So is Daisy's not on a pigeon? Daisy's still on the owl?
I will go ahead and say that she retracts to one of the owls that are currently with the group, but the pigeon
Okay.
still lands directly next to both of you.
Okay. Yeah, dude, this I mean no amount of pie is worth going in there right now.
Yeah, but it's really good. It smells
Daisy's
so
out. This point I'm gonna be like signaling to the rest of the party to come and assist me.
like, can you smell that? Mm.
Yeah, I mean it's pie. I don't it's not
Can we
worth
see the signal?
like with my hand, like, imagine me with my hand.
I imagine at this point, like the saliva's like going down my neck.
Yeah, like and I'm
Oh yeah, yeah.
frantically the more
Like
I'm
there's
doing it,
dribbling, like there's a dribbling goatee at this moment in time.
yeah. Yeah, no, I'm like
And at
signaling with
this
my
point,
arm.
like you're like pushing the back of your arm, and it's just constantly soaked the back of your arm in drool at this point.
Good lord.
And Professor, as you're like signaling over to the others, Dune, you feel your feet beginning to take the first stepping stone forwards towards the door.
He's off the owl. He's landed. We're landed. Or he's landed
Oh
at
yeah,
least. Oh shit, yeah,
he
I'm
has seemed to have landed.
gonna land. I'm gonna like try. God, this isn't gonna end well. Yeah, so then I'm gonna try to like stop him, like grab his arm and keep him from walking toward the house. Which isn't gonna work most likely, but
You never know. You can always try.
yeah.
You can always try.
Like, dude, come on.
Dana will cast suggestion onto Dune.
Okay.
and that he will walk 3 hours north.
This is good.
This is your punishment. Get walking, boy.
1 hour. 1 hour north.
I will say, Vannon, it is getting
So
to
good.
night. This is getting to the end of the day. If he
Yeah,
continues on for a full hour, then he might be walking into a dangerous situation alone.
okay, let's go. 15 minutes then.
That's reasonable. Keeping the hell
Okay.
away from the hut.
What is that? What is a wisdom save? Charisma
I will
save?
use my portent of 7 on him.
It's a no save, actually.
Regardless, he might have a save. What was it?
So
It's wisdom or charisma?
wisdom of roll of 18.
Okay, so no, I don't think that will make it.
Can I? I'm gonna attempt it. Whatever. I'm gonna try.
Yeah, it's all
No,
about
he's
rolling the dice,
forcing
man.
your roll
Yeah.
as a 7.
He
Yeah,
is
it's
forcing your
7.
roll as a 7.
Okay.
So it did end up as a 7 regardless.
Good.
However,
It's almost like it worked as
uh
intended.
yeah,
I did.
you are really hungry, dude, but for some reason now think that you should now head towards the north for 15 minutes.
I had doors for 10 minutes.
I'm gonna be like trying to push him to get him to go quicker too, like as he's walking.
Okay. As you are passing on by, Vannon and Professor, you can see that there are fresh apples currently residing on the trees. You can
What's
see
this?
that there is uh, currently small oranges. There's a small orange tree, a few peach trees. You can see what seems to be a small garden of carrots, potatoes, a few lettuces and cabbages from what you can see there. And in the corner, strangely enough, especially given a place like this, a small greenhouse filled with strawberries.
Just ignore it. Place has got bad vibes.
As you continue forwards, you can see that you can now find the source of the smell that is coming from it. As from the back of the cottage, you can see that there is a partially opened window, that there is a singular pie that is currently residing at the window itself.
As soon as I see it, I want to try to like climb up Dune's back and cover his eyes, or at least give him like blinders, like horse blinders, so he can't see the pie with my hand, kind of thing.
Okay.
That's possible.
Meanwhile, the group in the back that are currently flying, you guys can see at this moment in time, the professor and Vannon are guiding Dune to the north of the cottage at this moment in time, and the professor is currently riding on the top of Dune's back.
What? What are they doing?
Well, just get the birds to pick them up. Like, this seems like too much at this point.
I ask
There's
that
a-
all the time.
They're the ones taking their own life into their own hands. I'll give them 2 more minutes, and then I'll force my hand. I mean, their hand.
Okay. I'm assuming that both Vannon and the professor are just getting Dune away from the cottage as quickly as possible.
Yeah. I'm not gonna leave
Okay.
Dune. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so Daisy, you just watch them continuously like chasing Dune forwards and having him run towards the north.
Into the sunset.
I'll give a wide berth around the house and circle around just so you can keep an eye on them.
Okay. Uh you see basically the same, what looks to be a oval-sized cottage, 1 floor high, mostly made out of wood and stone. The roof is currently made out of straw and thatch, except from a singular chimney that resides in its center. You see what seems to be a white pillar of smoke that comes out of the top of the chimney. There is a large garden that resides around the cottage itself. Multiple trees bearing fruit, and what looks to be a garden that is similar to the one that the princess had started making in the back of your own residence, but a lot more fruitful. Like everything is clearly in harvest here. You can see what looks to be a small greenhouse made out of glass in the corner, and what looks to be a door to the front and a door to the back, and two windows. One is at the front that is curtained over, and one at the back that seems to be currently open, and what looks to be a singular pie that is currently resting on it. There does not seem to be any movement or any signs of life. However, through both of the windows, you do see that there is light.
Alright, I'll just keep an eye on the boys from afar.
Okay. As you continue onwards, looking on not only the guys on the ground, but keeping a close eye on the cottage, you can see what seems to be a small figure moving up and behind the counter, reaching up, and you don't see the figure behind in the window because of the size of the individual. However, you see two hands rise up from underneath the window, retrieve the pie, and disappear into the building.
Mm. Guess they're gonna have pie. Not us.
Or we're gonna be pie, one of the two.
Yeah, that.
I won't say pie.
Do you guys continue onwards?
Dude basically has to go for 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, Dune has to
Yeah.
go, and unless
That's
Vannon decides to break the concentration on it, essentially.
yeah. So I guess I'll ask.
In person. Oh yeah, it
Hmm?
is. Okay.
Yes, it is.
So
So
do
yeah.
you still feel an
So, yeah.
extraordinary urge to eat the pie? Or are we good now? Or
Well, I mean, I'm kind of going against my own will, so I kind of have no choice here.
Yeah. Professor, you are on the back of Dune, but even though he is unwillingly moving, you can still hear that there is a very loud grumbling sound coming from his stomach.
do I know, like, or at least can I strongly suspect that he's been charmed in some way? That's kind of what I think is going on.
You would believe that he has indeed been charmed by Vannon.
Oh, but not. I mean, not. I mean, I know he's charmed by Vanna, but by the this insatiable need to get in there and eat the pies. Or I just think this is just Dune. It seemed to
Honestly,
overtake it pretty hard.
based on his previous experiences with pastries, you think this is just Dune.
Okay.
However, based on the fact that he was more affected by it than you're not entirely sure why.
Say because
You would
he
think that
changed.
if there was some form of charm, you would think that you'd be affected as well.
Sure, sure. It's bringing up because there's such an abrupt change where he's like, yeah, let's go, and then no, we got to go eat the pie. Kind of thing. But okay.
Right.
All right. Yeah, Dune, you don't just keep walking. Jesus.
Kind of can't not walk, but okay.
Okay.
Sure, I'll keep walking against my will. Whatever.
This gear for you is healthy.
Well, actually, if
That
I'm
is.
right, I believe
Can I
believe
turn
you
around
think
and
it's
just
a great
stare at
idea.
him? Can I turn and stare at Ben and saying, "Me healthy"? You want me to get healthy, and I just look at myself. Whatever. Let's keep walking.
It's good for circulation.
Shut up.
You have
Yes,
been gaining
Harry?
a little bit of weight with all the stuff you've been eating.
I could run laps around both of you.
So is he walking against his will, or does he think it's a great idea?
No. At this moment in time, he's like still aware of the situation at this moment in time, but he's like, okay, yeah, I'm just following orders at this point. He doesn't have to be happy about it.
Nope.
Okay, I wasn't sure if this was like one of those ones that's like you make the thought their thought, so they're like, oh yeah, this
No.
is what I want to do.
That would be dominate person.
Okay.
So eventually, you guys will continue to run for 15 minutes until at last, Dune, you are able to clear your mind of the compulsion to run forwards.
You both owe me so many pies.
Oh yeah, dude, no, the 10's still on. Let's just get the hell away from there.
Alright.
Something overtook you. I don't know what the heck. They
They
usually
know-
lay
they-
off the
they
fire.
know.
Hungry.
There's
Sure.
almost coming for them at this point.
If it makes you
Listen.
feel better, Dune, I don't have to eat at all.
That sounds miserable. I won't even lie to you.
I don't know.
So
It's
are you
team
guys
in
happy?
control of you.
Olive, you know, I like you, and I'm gonna keep it straight with you. That sounds like it fucking sucks.
I don't know. I seem to find better uses for my time now.
You know what? I'm kind of afraid to ask what you do in your spare time, so
Or I come up with sarcastic remarks whenever Daisy does something stupid now.
actually that is pretty good use of your time,
Mhm.
actually.
It is.
It's not wasted time.
So I
Thanks,
guess
Olive. Appreciate it.
Hey, I appreciated your plan back there too. See, I found so much more time for stuff like that.
So are you guys happy? Have you explored enough of the house and then walked away for 15 minutes?
Yeah, let's stay away from that house.
I walked against my own will. Thank you very much.
So yeah, I should have interfered before, but I wanted to allow you to have a freedom of your choices.
He was out of control. He
Well,
wanted to get in there.
Freedom of choice is a very important thing.
It,
Yeah.
it smells so good. You don't understand. I'm starving here.
I smelled it too, Rob, you said, but it didn't have the same effect on me, or not near as strong.
You did smell
Essentially.
the pie, yes, but you weren't immediately
Like,
affected by the smell.
Is it like the best smelling pie I've ever smelled, or to me is it just like, yeah, it's
Oh,
pie?
it smelled
I like-
fantastic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, it smelled great.
I'm going to create a pie in my hand. Do you want this one, dude?
Yes. I'm starving.
You reach for it and you find out it's just an illusion. I cast
that's-
minor
that's-
illusion.
Oh, that's
You just
ridiculous.
see Dune just go from happy to just heartbroken. Just. Oh.
See, I found so much more time. You should try it. Can we continue?
Sad.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Let's get as far away from this cottage as possible before we make camp.
Can I conjure a mage pie?
Mage pie.
I conjure a pie with minor illusion that has the professor sticking out of it.
This is an idiot pie.
Dude just still just head down, keeps walking straight.
You would
10
notice
pies
that
when we get there,
the
don't worry.
sun has gone down at this point, so it is relatively dark here. The cold is starting to settle in. So now would be the time to either face the night or start putting up the dome.
Okay. Home it is.
All right. Dome slowly goes back up. You guys keep an eye out, watching over any preparations as you guys start settling in. I'll take that as a no. So, first shift. Anyone wants to take it?
Van will take the first two.
I'll be on the last two.
I'll take the first one.
I'll take
I'll
the last one.
I'll take. Actually, that's perfect. Can I take the last one as well?
3 on the last one and 1 on the third.
That's fine. Doesn't matter.
All right. Yep.
Professor, which one did you want to go to?
First is 2.
Either 2 or 3.
We'll go 3. Why not?
Probably the smartest move.
Thank you.
So this is
Remember
our
to keep
current
an eye
shift
at the
for the night.
direction of that cottage when you're on watch too, please.
All right. As you guys begin to settle in, Vannon and Dune, you are left alone for your first shift. As the sun slowly begins to fade on the horizon, small hints of light remaining as the moon begins to rise. Thing you guys wish to do during the night? Give me perception checks, please. Thank you.
I don't
All right.
have anything.
Gotcha. As
I'm
both of
good.
you are keeping a close eye out, both of you watching towards the south of where you had originally ran away from the cottage, you do not see or hear anything over the next few hours, occasionally hearing the sound of some form of reptilian-like creature croaking out towards the east. There doesn't seem to be any other visitors or passing on by as the next 2 hours pass. It will come to the end of your shift, Dune, allowing you to get some rest.
Mm-hmm.
Vannon, give me a perception check, please. Another 18. You see the moon slowly beginning to rise up to its peak, almost reaching midnight itself, keeping a close eye out to yourself as you look around for a moment. Watch the shadows of the nearby geometry and stone and sand for looking over towards the other side of the dome. You see what seems to be a silhouette. Another figure sitting down, looking across from you.
Outside the dome
Translucent,
or inside the dome?
inside the dome.
Ooh.
Hooded over, however, a slight familiarity can be seen as the thick beard hangs out from underneath the hood. He will look over at you for a moment before bowing his head. Your information has been valuable. We will take care of business. You have done well, my student.
I just bow my head. I don't say anything.
You see the head hooded over, nod once again, for as you blink, the figure disappears. You wait, expecting something else to happen, another visit, perhaps some form of message. Yet eventually the time does pass, and the end of your shift does also come to an end. Olive and Edwin, go ahead and roll me perception checks, please.
Okay.
You'd like that.
Dune,
Hmm.
He would like that.
roll me a perception check, please.
Okay.
Okay. As both Professor and Olive both keeping an eye out, this moon is slowly beginning its descent. Uh, you're both keeping a very close eye out as Professor, you're here, especially since that you were so close to him beforehand while on his back. The sound of Dune smelling the air
Okay.
as you immediately hear the faintest sound of a foot touching sand.
Coming from which direction?
It seems to be coming from the south.
Like well outside the dome or inside the dome?
Outside the dome.
I'll look over in that direction, kind of tap Olive on the shoulder and just point where I'm looking. And then kind of like point at my ears and point back in that direction. Just want to listen, see if I can hear any more footfalls.
No, I don't hear
You listen
anything,
out,
Edwin.
and as you're listening out, you hear the sound of Dune's stomach grumbling.
Dude, supplies, Jesus Christ.
As both of you immediately get the strong smell of cherry filling the air.
Whatever was at the cabin is here now. Olive.
Pies are
I'm going.
coming.
No, probably something much worse than pies. Am I standing next to him that's sleeping? I mean, I imagine it's pretty tight, right? Like, I just want to kick whoever I'm standing next to start waking people up.
You would be probably sitting next to Dune himself.
Okay, not Dune. I'm gonna move over to whoever the next closest is. We're gonna do Dune
More than
last.
likely, if it was other than Dune, it would be Daisy.
Yeah, Daisy. Just like get Daisy up, and then I'll move to whoever's closer, Harry or Vannon. Just start waking people
Vannon
up.
would be next. Harry would be next to Olive.
Who? What? What? Why?
Whatever,
Why?
whatever's at the cabin is here now. Smell. Can you smell
Cherry
that?
pies are attacking us.
All of you can distinctly
Am I not dead?
smell a strong, sweet, curry-like smell filling the air,
Dune wakes
and
up.
almost smells like there is a familiarity to the bakery of Annie Kotal.
Dune
That's
wakes up.
sus.
Yeah, if Dune wakes up, he's gonna want pie.
As you say that, Dune's stomach distinctly growls.
You know what? You should be thankful he's a heavy sleeper.
Yes, I am. I think we all are right now.
Uh, Daisy, you would at this moment in point hear the sound of a very light foot bounding gently off the sand before almost maybe a couple seconds pass before you hear another very gentle, as if faintly like a feather hitting the sand itself before lifting up again. And these bounds seem to be very carefully getting closer, but the smell is very strong.
Are we trying to leave him asleep or leave him put?
For now.
All right, I
Something
walk
absolutely
over to
happened.
Dune and I kneel down next to his head and I'll take out my immovable rod and put it just above his throat and activate it underneath the chin.
We might need him.
I saw that one coming.
He snores, still loudly snoring.
Dune,
Uh-huh.
roll me a perception check with disadvantage, please.
Yes, sir, you got it.
This is where it gets too amazing. Look at that. I knew it. I fucking knew he was gonna roll
Uh,
good.
Olive, roll me a stealth check with advantage, please.
In my armor, I'm at disadvantage, so straight roll.
I'll guide her.
Sniper advantage.
Correct.
You do have just normal advantage here.
I
Oh
mean,
no,
would you
just
ever
basic.
want it?
Sorry.
Which
Would
is
you
normal,
take your
like,
armor
yeah.
off even if you weren't sleeping just to relax
No.
on, or are you just wearing that shit?
I just wear it all the
24/7?
time.
Okay, fair enough.
Hmm.
So it will just be a straight roll.
All right, and then I'll do a d6 on that one,
And my guidance as
Okay.
well.
and then a guidance on that one. So plus 5,
17,
17. If it
It
meets,
beats,
it
it
beats,
beats.
right?
Beats the beat. So as you place
But
the rod directly in front of his chin, you click it just in time just to hear the grunting sounds of Dune slowly waking up. As you do see one of his eyes just slowly wander over, and Dune, you do wake up feeling a pressure against your neck, keeping your head down, as there is a very strong smell of cherry pie filling the air.
Are you being? So
Did you guys cook me a pie while I was asleep? Y'all are so nice.
Is he face down or face up sleeping?
I have to be right back. If we need him, Rob, I'm gonna disengage the rod, but for now, leave him down.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. As he says that, Daisy, you hear the steps stop for a moment, shuffle slightly, and by the time that you've noticed it, you can see resting maybe 3 or so feet outside of the Lehman's tiny hut. There is indeed a steaming cherry pie currently resting outside the dome.
Bro, that's so sus.
Yeah, a little bit.
Whatever that little thing was, that thing is sus.
You catch sight of who left it there? Just a pie?
No, but they were definitely very gently moving around. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one who figured it out.
So you
Being
guys
alert.
didn't bake me a pie.
No, they're trying to seduce you with a pie, Dune.
Well, I kind of can't get up, so I think you might be
Yeah,
there.
that's for your own
That's
safety.
the idea, Dune.
Fair enough.
Daisy, roll me a wisdom save, please.
Oh, I feel so loved right now. Oh.
Uh,
Wait.
Okay.
Like, I don't want to use it for this shit. That sucks so much. Alright, let me check the rules on this real quick.
Live
Okay.
a little, use it.
I will cast Silver Barbs and give Daisy advantage and then Dune disadvantage on his next roll.
You would have to see the effect happen.
Okay, yeah, sure.
No, that's not it. God, why I throw for shit?
What are your life cleric,
Screw-
right? What can you use?
I'm not gonna use it.
Okay. Daisy, usually you're able to propel messages being transferred into your mind. However, this one seems to immediately invade your mind, and a voice just echoes into the back of your head. It's not exactly nice to leave someone starving. It would be kinder just to feed him something.
I pull out a ration and start feeding it to Dune.
just imagine
Well played.
you're just like laying
Daisy,
down getting food boarded.
you feel the same sensation. Do you resist?
I will allow it this time. See what they have to say.
See? Not that hard.
Is it a sending? They're like recognizing it at this point.
Roll me a intelligence check, please. Or Arcana, whichever you prefer.
It's the same. Actually, no.
Okay.
Yeah. It's this one. Arcana would have been better. It would have been 14 now.
Okay. You would recognize this to be a message.
So I can't respond back. I'll just keep quiet, trying to listen if there's any movement outside.
Dune, you feel a
Mhm.
sensation in the back of your head as if something's trying to communicate with you. Do you resist?
I don't know what it is, so yes.
You do? Okay,
Yeah.
wisdom save, please. Okay. You feel something in the back of your head going, "Hey, you hungry?"
I try to look around, saying, kind of.
You look over outside the dome. There is indeed the same cherry pie that you saw resting on the side of the window, still
Ooh.
steaming and basically around about 10 feet away from your current position. However, there is indeed an immovable rod directly on top of your neck, pinning you to the ground.
Yeah, gotta get.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
You know what,
Mm,
dude?
mm,
You're hungry, right?
mm-hmm.
I can make you something real nice real quick.
Oh, please do.
I will grab Dune by the head and cast Remove Curse.
Okay. Dune, there are no significant changes. You feel the same.
What was that for? I'm choking me a little bit. I'm a man
Daisy,
down.
you
That's a restoration.
reach down, bringing the energy in, and again pulsing with the green energy as you send your remove curse and lesser restoration. You still hear the sound of grumbling coming from Dune's stomach and the needy eye coming from your shifter.
Listen, I just want a pie, man.
Here
Can
we
you
go.
make food and have it be pies and just feed him pies?
Had you not woken me up, yes.
It's just here. I've got a sweet tooth now, thanks to you.
It is at this moment in time, unless you are willing to accept something sending you a message, please roll me a wisdom save.
I accept the message willingly.
Vannon, you are actually able to choose.
I'm saying no.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Oh no, you don't even need to roll. You can just say.
I got the
So
room.
I'm assuming that if you are not rolling, you are accepting the message to go through. I will say this, both of you did indeed fail.
Okay.
In regards to this, the voice will just go, "You know, leaving food on the ground is just gonna waste it, you know. Food's good. No need to be all picky, is all. It's just a normal cherry pie."
I'll whisper inside the door. Do we want to confront him from inside? Like, say, who the fuck are you?
Sure.
Well, given as I can't move, I kind of have no say so in this. So I'll do what you want.
I mean, he obviously knows we're here.
All right. Oi, voice. Who are you? Why are you offering a cherry pie so willingly? In the middle of the night, may I say?
Uh, you feel the same sensation in the back of your head. Do you
I
accept?
accept. Yeah, I accept.
Okay. He seems to respond, "Well, your friend is hungry. You guys passed on by without saying hello. And, I thought I'd make some friends. And usually, when you want to make friends, you bring something nice for 'em."
I will relay the message to the rest of the group.
Tell him it's not very. I'll just say it. It's not very friendly to hide.
Could say the same thing to you.
We're not approaching you in the middle of the night.
No, but you did approach my front doorstep and then immediately left.
Yeah, like I hollered out. You didn't say anything. I mean, is
Was
he saying?
busy. Kind of busy dealing with the kind of things. You know, you don't exactly appear in the middle of the desert out of fucking nowhere with this kind of stuff. I got plans to deal with.
Okay, what, pray tell, were you busy with that you couldn't just shout out hello?
I was busy cooking more pie.
That doesn't. No, that's not an explanation for the question I just asked. I'm sorry.
Can't you understand? I was concentrating on baking pies. There's nothing wrong with it. And he's just like starting to mumble to himself at this point.
Look, if you really want to make friends, show yourself. If you're not hostile, we won't hurt you.
Again, I could say the same thing. You're just sitting in that big ball over there. It's not exactly like I can't smell you, like.
You know we're here, so we just can't see
Yes,
you.
needless to say, my good friend, but you haven't exactly showered anytime soon.
Is it a? Can I? Do I have a general sense of kind of where he's at by his voice at this point?
You do get a genuine idea of where he could be, but you
Okay.
do not see him.
This conversation's
Alright.
taking place out loud, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
it is
yeah.
actually out
I'm-
loud at this point. There is no mental push, as there does seem to be some form of voice echoing out from the darkness.
That smell might be me. My bad.
Oh, right. I could fix that if you like. Good friend. The hungry friend. I could get you more pie if you like.
Tempted.
May I ask why do you live in the middle of the desert? Your garden's pretty nice, though.
You know, that's the funny thing. You see, I wasn't really sure. I woke up this morning and it was right here. Like, I woke up, found myself in the middle of the desert, and I'm thinking, well, my garden ain't gonna survive that for long. So I thought, if I could make a new pie, I could probably find a new place. That's kind of how it works these days.
Insight check. Because that sounds so crazy.
That's really
This is so crazy.
Go ahead and roll me an insight check, please.
I am blessing myself because this sounds way out of whack. Shit.
Roll me a d4.
I was rolling D20 by X.
An 11. You're not entirely sure why, but there is like no deviations. There's no like hints of him telling a story or adding any details that should not be there. It seems like he is, at least from his recollection and from his knowledge, completely telling the truth of what he's saying right now.
So you're saying you ate a pie and appeared here in the middle of the morning.
No. I baked a pie. There's a difference.
So you just woke up there, made a pie. Now you want this to feed it to our friend here.
Look, here's the thing. Each time I open my book, it tells me to make a certain pie. Yesterday, it told me to make this pie, this cherry pie. Told me that I was supposed to make the pie, put it outside for a while, someone would pick it up, and that would be pretty much it. Hopefully, it said I could make some friends this way. Not entirely sure why the book says this, but I haven't got anywhere since. And the book hasn't failed me so far, so
I'm gonna
could someone just take the pie?
I'm gonna
Insight
step
check.
forward. I'm gonna step forward and pitch in, and I'm gonna say, "Well, aren't you breaking the pie's rules because you were told to set it outside, not bring it to a random person? So you're already breaking
Well,
your own rules."
Technically, it's outside the house.
It is exactly. Thank you, miss.
I
It
want you to
is
do a
outside the
technical
house.
thing though, because that's weird.
Go ahead and roll me another insight check.
With guidance.
It's the most sad.
Natural 20.
There you go.
Daisy, a minute, please.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So stupid.
Yeah, this is really
I
weird.
love it. I like it. This is really fun.
I'm trying to charm him, but I think I have to see him. No, I don't. They just have to be able to hear me, and share a language.
I do.
You know, for how absurd your tale is, I can't believe you're telling the truth of it all. That's
Well,
quite interesting.
why wouldn't I be? Now, if you don't mind, I can just head back home. You guys can enjoy the pie, and then maybe someone else will be my friend.
Hmm.
All right. Okay.
Before you
Cool.
go,
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, Daisy.
I'm going to trust you on this. And if you make me regret it, then sadly we won't be friends. The person that is hungry is very dear to me. So I hope you're telling the truth. And I will gesture to Olive to take the rod away.
Can I? Do we see the person?
No, we don't. We just hear him,
You
right?
do not. You just hear him.
I'm really tempted to. You know what? It's not. It wouldn't hurt to try.
Did it
No.
sound like they were within 20 feet of us?
Roll me a perception check.
Or wait, no, not. Yeah, yeah. And can I guidance myself?
Sure. Okay. 25.
25.
What was the original question again?
Does it sound
Is he
like
within
from their
25
voice because
feet?
they're talking? Are they within 25 feet of us or 20 feet of us?
20 feet? You think he might be a little further out, maybe 25 to 30.
Can I? I want to call out to him.
Olive does rest her
With
thumb directly over the
this,
movable rod.
I'm going to say I have an idea really quick, and I am going to try to make this quick, so like nothing can be reacted to it. Is kind of the goal of this.
Okay.
Um, I don't know how I would do this, but like I'm going to like hop out with like the rabbit hop to be like 15 feet closer in that direction, and I'm gonna fairy fire.
Okay. You throw your hand out to send the fairy fire, and nothing seems to expel from your hand.
I'll cast Death Ward on Dune and say, go, eat it.
Okay. Oh,
And I will emerge behind
Olive
Dune.
Olive will click the immovable rod, allowing Dune to rise up.
I want to call out
Hmm.
back out to this guy as Dunes, and just say, hey, look, if you just show yourself, we'll be your friends. Just want to see who we're dealing with, and I will cast again Pan's beguiling charm.
Are
I'll
you
be leaving
needing
the
to see the
dome.
individual?
What?
Are you needing to see the individual for this to
No,
work?
I just have to be able to hear me and share a language with me and be within 60 feet of me.
Okay. And this
It's
is a
it.
charm effect?
Keep in mind, it's a different effect for if they're hostile and non-hostile.
Right. Is this a charm effect?
Yes,
Okay.
essentially, it regards me as a friend for a minute.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, do I know why my spell didn't work?
Uh, you can roll me an Arcana check, Harry. Let's see. Go ahead and roll your persuasion check,
Okay.
Professor.
There we go. Finally, a decent roll in it.
16. Harry, you would know that your spell was countered.
Okay, so it, yeah.
Professor, you pull out trying to get some form of favor. However, even your words do not seem to find their target.
Damn, God, that was such girl shit. Okay. I'm just gonna watch dude eat this pie then, and
I
cross
emerged
my
from the
fingers that
from
none
the
bad's gonna
dome
happen.
right after Doom, so I am looking around, making sure nothing happens to Dune.
Dune, do you eat the
Hmm.
pie?
Yes.
Okay. You go over to the edge of the dome. And there, Daisy, you do hear a slight shuffling amongst the sand as Dune does reach out towards the pie. And the moment that you take the first bite, it is sweet, it is delicious. You feel some of the full cherries immediately burst with fresh flavor as if they were picked directly up from this morning. There is this very sweet syrup that currently resides in it to the point that it almost seems liquid each time that you take a bite. And you all are just watching Dune waffle this thing down, just taking piece after piece after piece. That normally should feed around about 4 people. He has just been stuffing it into his face.
Oh yeah,
However,
yeah.
Dune,
Hmm.
the moment that you finish the pie, leaving the metal pan on the ground, you are no longer feeling hungry or tired or any form of exhaustion that you would have felt over the last number of days. Also, you feel a slight hint of energy beginning to build, almost like a hint of adrenaline begins to
Damn.
grow after consuming the pie.
Whoa.
Bye, honey. Like a new man.
I,
As all of you see Dune standing up, and you see the muscles in his arms begin to ripple and flex and seem to grow as if some form of enhancement had gone over his body.
So
Good
out of
pie, I guess.
curiosity, friend, what is this pie? Does it have a name?
Uh, just a cherry pie, I'm afraid. It's just supposed to take care of any wounds, take care of any deteriorating fatigue that you might have had. Looks like he's doing well. Good eating, yeah.
oh yeah, I
Anyway,
feel fantastic.
Are there any negative side
um,
effects?
not from
No,
what
no.
I can remember. Quite a few of my pies before. Pretty good. Book always gets 'em right. Anyways, your friend's fed. Simple as. I'll get going.
Okay.
Well,
One
see
last
you, friend.
question. What is that book that tells you what to bake? Where do you find it?
Picked it up somewhere. Kept writing recipes for me. I'll make a pie. House goes somewhere. Sends me to who I need to send it to.
Hmm.
But I never really go back to 'em. They ain't my friends. Anyways,
What's your name?
I only give my name to friends, I'm afraid.
Well,
Well, I'll be your friend. That was awesome.
that's what I was about to say. I can send you a message and tell you how it ends. But I need to know your name.
You know, usually friends don't drag you out in the middle of the night, but hey, here's how it is. First impressions is all. Well, I guess I could give it to you. Uh, My name's Camila.
Pleasure to meet you. Mine's Daisy.
Dune.
Anyways, uh, nice knowing you. Might see you around. Uh, if you do want to come by, I'll try and keep one of the beds nice and empty for you instead of being in the dome. And might have something to help you with the smell. Yeah, never mind. Good luck out here.
As
Have a good
eventually,
night.
Daisy, you do hear a slight shift in the sand and the bounding of light feet against the ground slowly fading away.
Well, that was interesting.
Was the pie served on a plate or something like that?
There was a metal tray, which is now gone.
Damn it. Well, there goes the connection part.
You do see Daisy in the faint distance towards the south. Slight flicker of light from where the cottage is currently residing.
I go ahead to try and take a look. Is it gone?
It's still there for now,
Alright.
but you believe probably by the time that you've finished your rest here that it might not be.
Makes sense. Well, back to the dome.
Yep. Back remaining in the dome, it is the end of Olive and the professor's shift as some of you return to your rest, leaving Olive, Daisy, and Harry alone for the final. Perception checks, please.
Oh boy.
Let's go.
Perception with guidance.
I'll guide Olive.
What do you do?
I'll
You,
be
you think
generous.
Olive is gonna let you touch them? You're hilarious.
That's her decision if she wants it or not. Because I already guided her once before.
She will lean away from you at this moment in time.
Fair
The
enough.
moment you try and place the hand on her. Yep, that's about right. As Harry, you're looking around, uh, you'll notice that Olive is not even paying attention at this point. She is writing down notes, uh, more distinctly about possible enhancement through pie. Food equals strength? Question mark. You see that there is no current change. Looking around, taking a moment, there is something that does catch your attention. And Daisy, as you're looking over at this as well, coming up as the sun begins to rise and small hints of light begin to appear amongst your surroundings. Harry, you do see what look to be footprints residing directly outside of the dome, as do you, Daisy, that seem to lead maybe 4 or so feet away from the edge of the tiny hut, where the small metal tray had been rested. You can see what looks to be a small divot in the sand, maybe 30 or so feet away from the dome, where some figure seemed to have been cross-legged sitting and remaining in the sand, watching from a distance. As you're both looking over and watching and inspecting this, it is you, Daisy, that would notice that looking down at the footprints in the ground and then looking down at Harry's footprints in the sand, they are exactly the same in shape and size.
Oh, he was a Harangon, Harry.
What?
He was your species.
As Daisy, you say this, you look over in the direction
My
of where
species?
the hut was. It is no longer there. The cottage is no longer in the desert, from what you
Mm.
can see.
Well, yes, Harry, if you look here, these are pretty much identical to your footprints. Well, not
Really
nearly identical, but similar.
I'm gonna kind of look at it. You sure that like is that where I jumped out to cast the spell at by chance?
You take a look over where your fairy fire would have landed, and it would have landed directly on top of them, yes. You would have effectively seen the individual sitting
Wait,
down on the
is
ground where your fairy
is
fire
fairy
would
fire
have been.
real? Oh,
Fairy
it's a
fire is a
rain.
10 by
Oh,
yeah, fairy fire is a 10 by 10 foot cube, I believe.
I assumed it was centered off me, which is why I jumped out.
No, it is ranged.
Huh. Oh, misunderstood that. Although, would I have been able to cast a spell through the dome? I think no, right?
Yes, you are able to cast spells and shoot out from inside the dome.
I thought it didn't allow magic to pass it.
Not from inside. Not from outside, should I say. It is one of the very strong spells that you can effectively use.
Okay. Well, I could have made that a lot better, but oh well.
But you would both notice that the footprints do indeed lead away towards the south of where the cottage used to rest. June,
Mhm.
go ahead and roll me a d6, please. Okay. So, you are going to go ahead and roll me a constitution save, please. Oh, damn. Such a shame. Okay. So sadly, there is no effect. that you gain,
Dang.
as yeah, that's such a shame.
Wait a second.
Okay,
Can I use this for him? Be funny if I could.
okay,
Ah, it's only me. Never mind.
okay.
Dang. That sucks.
No effects, sadly.
Dang.
So you wake up feeling relatively well fed. Everyone finishes their shift, as everyone does eventually wake up and finish their long rest. However, those that look towards the south will notice that the white pillar of smoke and the cottage that resided underneath it, garden and all, have disappeared.
Yeah, kind of figured. Thinks that could have been one of those pies. Might have been nice.
Oh, they were really nice.
You seem to enjoy it.
It's a
Yeah,
shame you ate the whole thing, but still.
it was really good.
Daisy, you look over at Dune for a moment,
Hmm.
and you see there is a slight sparkle in his eyes that seems to reside there for a second until the end of the 8 hours happens, and the sparkle seems to slowly fade.
Mm.
But
Nothing. Don't
You
worry
you
about
would
it.
know you would think for a second, just for a glimpse of a second, that Dune was wiser.
Just for a moment, a brief moment.
you know what? I'm just
Dude,
gonna go play Tarkov.
I,
Just
I, I
whatever.
I put an arm on Dune's shoulder. I'm like, Dune,
Mhm.
sometimes you can't lose what you don't have.
What?
That's all I will say, Dune.
Funny you did that
I
report as
don't.
it was going away. So he's like, you know what? You can't lose. You don't have. Well, that's simply an illogical cut. Wait, what?
Uh, okay. Weird.
Um, it would be at the end of the long rest that those that are proficient in let me see here. If you are proficient in history, arcana, and religion, you may roll me a religion check, please.
All three?
You have
I,
to be you
What
have
were
to be
they again?
proficient. In,
I think Vannon's the only one who has that. It's fine. I have two of the three.
Well, Arcana was in there, and I know I'm
you got
not.
to have
Religion, I'm
3. Yeah.
also not.
Oh, nice
So
roll.
I
Okay.
guide him. I guide that motherfucker.
Due to this situation, you would not be able to be guided,
Very well.
since you would not have the knowledge of this situation.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
Vannon, you're sitting there just as you wake up, and it clicks for a second. Camilla, Harangon, hi. Shit. And it just clicks for a second. You've never really come across. You've spoken to a deity before. You've spoken to some of the nearby and local pantheon, but you never really got into the demigods. You take a moment and realize you glimpsed over a second of reading a text back from home of a particular two tall-eared demigod known to reside in a dimension traveling home that would invite adventurers into their home, speak tales, and enjoy food for a night. And these adventurers would essentially gain gifts from a god for a limited amount of time. And then you realize
Shit. There's no way.
I mentioned that. I mentioned the whole thing to Daisy.
Oh no. Well, that's a bad way to leave an impression on a demigod.
What? Mm-hmm.
The
Dude, you've been fed by a demigod. Congratulations.
you would remember the name of Camila, the soft-footed, and the humble aboded. The
You guys,
demigod of the hearth.
yeah, I'm kind of rude to her then.
If Rob's ploy to get us to just willingly walk into the next house that we feel tempted to go into.
I know, right?
You guys rolled a natural 20.
Yeah. Shit.
See, I was more hopeful to go to the other caravan because I was hoping to maybe talk to the guy that made the cards so I could learn how to make like dimensions inside of objects and then make a portable forge that I could carry around.
Man, it
That was
sucks
my
that
idea I
we
had.
were just so cautious. Guys was having to be so cautious.
This is bullshit.
Daisy would say, well, it made sense. He felt like he was talking out of a script.
I'm gonna go ahead and give you the details after session. Anyways,
Yeah.
so
This is what
you
you idiots
now
missed.
oh god. No, it's not gonna be fun for me because I have to sit here with the knowledge. Anyways, so you guys have the new day ahead of you. What do you wish to do?
The
Great.
night before dawn, could I activate my armor?
Yes, you could.
Damn it! I had a whole other plan during that fourth watch, and that's clearly ripped now.
Uh, 30 miles, you said?
Mm-hmm.
See here, within 30 miles of your current location.
I hate my dice.
No.
Okay. And then I'll use the alchemical jug to do oil and keep filling up the water skin. I think I'm at 5 pints now, actually.
Okay. So at this moment in time, your water skin is effectively quite full.
Yeah, no, I've already started filling the second one.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Because a water skin holds 4 pints.
All right. So, any preparations to the new day? And who is leading the charge?
I'll lead the day. If that's okay with everybody.
I don't care. I'd probably
Yeah,
walk us
sure,
into
man.
the ocean.
I'll guide you. Don't worry.
Harry
help
is
you at the
going
same
to
time.
assist. Oh, Daisy's assisting. Okay.
I'm guiding him and helping him.
Okay. Dune, go ahead
Mhm.
and roll me a survival check with advantage and roll an additional d6. A d4, should I say. 23.
26.
26. And roll me a d20, please. 19. Let's see. Okay. As you make your way forwards, you can see traveling at the morning rise using. Are you guys using the owls again, I'm assuming? Or are you guys going on foot this time?
I can use owls again.
Okay. Using the owls to go through the sky, you can see at this moment in time what looks to be two small figures currently trekking through the sand, currently heading towards the south. Both of which seem to be just quietly, or not quietly, but more muffled sounds of shouts echoing out between the pair of them.
You can all hear that they are both speaking common. Anyone?
And swoop down a bit to listen more.
Okay.
I'll follow him. I'll go
How
with him
low
so
are
he
you
doesn't
getting?
go alone. Low as we need to, I guess, right?
Yeah, so as long as I can hear the words.
Okay.
Actually,
Give me
yeah,
a height
I'll
here.
send Ozzy down instead and to listen.
Okay.
There you go.
All right. That's more like it. Ozzy will dive down as you can still hear the voices echoing out into the air as they seem to be both speaking in common. You see what looks to be a darker skinned looking man, currently bald, and what looks to be a relatively thick looking gray beard that hangs along the chin. You see him wearing what looks to be dark blue, navy blue robes and holding what looks to be a gnarled black wooden staff with a crystalline white orb residing on top of it. You see him currently shouting out towards what looks to be a younger looking man, currently wearing what looks to be a opened shirt. Some of it looks torn on one of the shoulders. As you see what looks to be two blades currently resting on either side of a large belt that resides around his waist. You see him with dangling dread-like hair, more of a tanned uh, complexion in comparison, and reasonably clean-shaven. Uh, he seems to be more elven in comparison to the more human, uh, darker-skinned individual. As you can hear the darker-skinned older gentleman holding the staff in his hand.
I told you beforehand that you should have marked it. If we can't find it soon, then there will be brigands and other thieves which will find it first. Quickly, get the others and find the damn thing.
You hear the other voice going,
Told you multiple times. But my lads out there were searching the entire place, but we can't fucking find it. If we did, we would have told you. There's a shit ton of stuff in there. We need to fucking find it before the others do. Well, get to it, you fucking tosspot! The amount of times that we've gathered all of the resources from the nearby Ridian fortress, then we might as well put a large X on top of it, leaving the riches for others to gather. Quiet. You see that thing?
and you see immediately the dreaded looking individual with the blades on his sides look over towards Ozzy and immediately bring up his hand as you see what looks to be a crossbow attached onto the forearm of his right hand and immediately shoots Ozzy out of the sky.
Oh,
As
Rozzy.
this happens, you will notice both of the figures are immediately looking around up at the sky. They have not seemed to have noticed you yet.
I could tell everyone that they're looking for something, and it sounds like it could be something very valuable.
Well, we are broke. Hmm.
Do as you desire, as long as you don't kill them.
Why not?
What do you mean? Why not?
Good lord.
Wow,
I will
man,
not
that
be
was.
associated with murderers
Really?
Oh, I
You're
except
associated
killing
with
bad
us
people.
already.
Okay,
Please don't kill him in cold blood.
Well,
That's
I mean,
for
pretty
real.
if they
Good
kill me
people.
first, I'll kill them first. I'll kill them
Okay.
next.
To be fair, they shot at Ozzy first and killed him.
They
But Ozzy
did.
did come back.
Yeah, they don't know that though.
They didn't
He's
shoot
not the
Ozzy in the
same.
Feywild.
Every time he dies, he never comes back the same. He's always traumatized.
Sad. Sad. A little bit of him dies every time.
Yep.
You know what? How about a couple of you smart folk go talk to them? If anything comes bad, I'll cut their heads off. Go.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to talk to them. They don't seem very nice.
How many? It was just two of them.
I think there's
Two
three.
figures, yes.
Yeah,
Two?
figures.
You
And we all
saw
just kind of.
the darker skinned, hunched over individual holding a staff, and what looks to be another individual with dreads, paler complexion, that seems more like a brigand, like a desert, like bandit. From
I
what
mean,
you
if we all
can
go over,
generally
they'll
get an idea.
safety in numbers, right? They're not gonna attack all of us. Talk to him if you want.
And why are we going over there?
See if we can find out what they're looking for.
Again, what benefit is that to us? Aren't we trying to go
Give me more
somewhere?
money.
Yeah,
Give
that's
us
true.
money? All right, then we can play scavenger hunt for Dumb and Dumber if you want. Again, I thought this was an important thing. Daisy, is this important? I don't understand
No,
anymore.
of course not. But
No, I mean what you're trying to do. This is important where we're going, right?
oh yes, of course it is.
Then why is everything shiny turning us away?
I don't know. Ask
Like
them.
I'm an idiot. I get that, but
Oh, I understand all of it, but you can ask them.
okay.
I mean, we're kind of low on money. I figured if it was on the way, but you're right. Time is an issue.
And the whole garden thing is more of a Daisy issue. So if we're late, it's not really bothers me.
If this green consumes the continent, it's kind of. Hey, you know what?
Honestly,
No.
sand is awful. I'm okay with the green consuming the continent, but it seems like it's a
I-
big deal.
Bugs that
I
consume
would
everything.
rather, jungle not take over my precious sand. Thank you.
There it is.
I'm from the
Look,
city,
man,
so I'm used to stone and wood. So this is.
I need deserts
I
to
don't
grow
care.
my sheep.
Hey,
I say we just keep going.
AFK real quick.
yeah, that's my vote too. But I mean, we can, play treasure hunter if you want.
If we play treasure hunter, we might as well just take it ourselves. But I'm still wanting to go Zani, so let's go.
You're the one leading.
I've been just waiting on you guys.
I am providing the transportation. You guys are the ones leading us forward.
I start flying towards Angel then.
Forward.
Okay. Leaving the two individuals behind, you do eventually see what look to be a small scattering of individuals moving amongst the desert towards the east, as they seem to be skimming the area around there for leaving them behind. Dune,
Mhm.
new survival check, please, with advantage and
You got it.
Come here.
Natural 20. Okay, give me a second. Let's see who it is this time.
Roll the dice.
Roll them.
You walk, you find the same house again. How weird.
This time you
that
I'm
makes
find.
throw it out.
This time you find the god of the sun just walking around saying, "Hey, what's up, bud?
Praise the sun.
Roll
wait, wrong
initiative." Wait, what?
Okay. As you guys are making your way over, you do see what seems to be residing in the center of the ground what looks to be a small mound of dirt. You can see residing at the top of this mound what looks to be a glimmer of light.
I'll fly down and investigate it.
You go down and you see what seems to be a relatively large mound of rock and stone, mostly made out of the same material that resides in the desert itself. The mound itself stands to maybe almost 10 foot tall at its peak, and you can see residing at the very top of the mound, half embedded into the very top of the mound itself, looks to be some form of great sword.
Hmm. You guys see that?
I'll start flying down. Now I guess we found something shiny again.
Look at it.
Guess
It's a
so.
great sword. Just come on.
This one is legitimately shiny though. Just kind of fun.
I mean, all of it. I hate to be giving all of the right, but literally, we just found another shiny thing.
Mm-hmm. Then if you want the great sword, Dune, take it.
Yeah, why not? It's shiny. I'll take it.
Harry, guide him before he goes.
I pat him on the back. You better come back from this, dumbass. Guidance.
Pretty good life lesson there, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, F word. There we go.
So Dune, you reach towards the handle and you take
Uh-huh.
a second and realize that the blade itself is just as big as you are. Now taking a
Whoa.
closer look at it, as you grasp your hand against the handle, for a second there is a sudden warmth in your hand. And deep in the back of your mind, even though you try to resist it, there is a sudden voice in the back of your head.
Sorry, oh, my bad. Can't scratch the crap leg.
Reaching.
I'm sorry, I didn't really hear you say it again.
Reaching.
Hi.
Might I ask, who dares challenge the blade?
Challenge? I'm not challenging anything. Just saw the shiny sword and kind of wanted to pick it up.
Is Dune talking to the sword?
You are looking
Appears
down
to
at
be.
Dune, and there does not seem to be any voice coming from anywhere, but Dune does seem to be talking to the blade that he is
Like
currently
you said,
holding.
is dude
So
talking
then
to
I'll
the sword?
talk out to the group. Is Dune talking to the sword?
It looks like it. I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah.
Don't
Seems
worry,
like it.
I came prepared with remove curse. We'll be
Oh,
fine.
say,
Hopefully.
do you just want to go remove the curse now? Just save the time.
Yeah, I'll fly
No, no,
down
no.
and stand
Let
next
him
to Dune.
let
Or
him
get
learn.
near Dune, I should say.
Just how Vannon learned. I look over to Vannon.
Did Van never learn though?
No, exactly why I rolled my eyes.
Dune, the
Mm-hmm.
voice slowly eases into your mind once again.
You there, standing upon the grave of everyone that has failed blade. You dare challenge this blade.
Well, like I said, I didn't really intend to challenge anything. I kind of saw a cool sword and wanted to pick it up.
One does not earn the sword unless they are worthy of taking its handle. You merely take a blade without thinking. Then I refuse You take this challenge. I do not belong to a mindless well.
Okay.
Retract your grasp from me and be gone from my sight.
Okay. Let go. Fly back up. Sword Tom, kind of a douche. Let's go.
Huh? All right, I guess.
Apparently, the sword doesn't like being randomly picked up. It's some kind of challenged blade or whatever. I didn't really listen to half of it.
Well, the fact he spoke to you, it's probably cursed. Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna plant a seed at the base of the blade
Oh my god,
Okay.
here we go.
since I'm down here.
Yep.
Can I make some popcorn on
Are you pacing on like the base of the mound or right where the blade is at the top?
Right next to the blade at the top. Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm giving him a friend.
As you begin to work your hand into the mound itself,
Mhm.
the moment that you break through the outer dirt-like shell, immediately you see bone, pale bone, residing maybe an inch or two underneath the mound surface.
This will be interesting.
You continue?
Yeah. I'm gonna plant it right
Okay.
next to it.
You continue to carefully maneuver as you see as you pull out femur from the mound. You see what looks to be a skull, rib cage, and then you notice there are multiple skulls. There are multiple rib cages as you create that small, uh, relatively smaller hole.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to really see any dirt as you start to see that there is only small spaces amongst a collective pile of now skeletal bodies that create this 10-foot mound that you're currently standing on. Uh, you do take a look over the blade itself. Seems to have a slight curved handle to the point that it has a almost pitchfork like shape to it. The blade itself is almost jagged, almost creating a wave-like pattern along the edge of it to almost create a um karambit-like feel on both sides of the blade. You can see that there are small etchings along the front in a language that you don't really understand. However, Harry, you can see uh, from your
Did I
distance,
lower?
you
Mm.
can see that from your distance that the language does seem relatively familiar to you.
Well, if I can't plant it next to the blade, then it's not fun. So then I'll put it back in the bag and start making my way back.
All right. You do take a
Was it?
moment and then just think you could probably gather a good amount of dirt that was between the bodies and just packed it in there,
Olive came
but then
back.
you jump off the top.
No, I put the bean back and I'll leave.
Okay.
I think to
As Olive
myself,
gets up,
if it wasn't such a big sword, I'd take it myself.
Well, whoever's in that sword's rude.
as it gets back to as Olive gets back up, I'll kind of like lean up to her or
Mm-hmm.
like fly up to her. Was was or like languages on those?
Yeah, there's some
Or,
writing or carvings or something. I couldn't read it. I figured it was
oh,
some runes or something.
I think I can. God dang it! I fly down. I didn't want to do this. Okay, I get down. I'm gonna hop off the owl, approach the mound, and start reading over the runes.
You can see even though you don't recognize the language entirely, there is some familiarity to it. Uh, you know, Dwarven does have some slight familiarity when it comes to the ground and creating the same language as most of the primordial natures. And you know that some words in Dwarven are also used based on the words in primordial. And you'd get a base idea that each of these runes are some form of primordial word.
Um, so if the Dwarven languages are based off primordial, I assume that they would use the same words for the same symbols. So is there any of the words that I recognize close-ish enough? Or can I get an
By the
idea of
way,
maybe what they might be like? If I look at what they are, and if Dwarven's based off of it, I can like picture like if we see a word in like Russian and it has like kind of similar characters to an English one, we can be like, oh, that's maybe like this word. So
by the
like,
way,
would I be
this
able?
is what the blade looks like, essentially. That kind of curvature, that kind of shape.
Holy heck, that looks
That's
cursed.
pretty neat. Yeah, this correct is correct.
Hell cursed.
FYI, I do know primordial.
You do know
Same.
primordial?
Same
Yes,
here.
Okay. Both of you take a look over. The language does seem familiar on the blade. And you do see that even though half of it is embedded into the rock, when Dune was standing next to it, it seemed that it was reaching maybe half of his height when he was standing next to the hilt. So it would be maybe around about 8 foot tall in length, essentially.
big swords.
If both of you would get closer, I'd say just reasonably closer, especially given your passive perceptions.
Hmm.
You can see written from the top is the word strength. Underneath that is power, and underneath that is siege.
You just learned your first shout.
Nice.
Very good.
You know what? Hey, you know what?
Fair
Hey,
enough.
that was
See?
a good one.
I
That
don't
was a
have to
good
eat
one. That was
anymore.
good.
So much more time to think of sarcastic quips.
That was
Yeah.
good. That was pretty
Yeah.
good.
That was good.
That was good.
So yeah.
10 out of 10.
Yes.
So
But you do notice that there is one rune that is embedded into the ground that cannot be seen.
yeah.
Yeah,
Enjoy
dude,
that.
it's probably best you didn't touch it. It's only for strong people.
Strong, powerful, and then siege. Why siege though?
Mm.
Hmm.
Well, Van, how about you go figure it out since you're so strong?
Oh, I'm not strong. I definitely admit that I'm not strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't need a
Not
sword
strong,
unless
my
I'm
ass.
cursed. I'm good, but
All right, so we leave the crazy sword and keep going. By the way, there's a big
Yeah.
pile of bones underneath that sword. So
Yeah, he was talking about
By the
people
way,
came here, died, whatever.
wait, you dug around the base of
Mm-hmm.
the sword and it didn't do anything back?
No.
Did it just
uh,
uncover the last
Colin,
word?
Yep.
quick question. When you said that if this blade wasn't so big, you might have taken it,
Mhm.
did you say that out loud?
I said it to myself. Yeah, I said it a little like under my breath as I was leaving.
As you said that, strangely enough, right at the corner of your hearing, you hear the metal creak.
Hmm.
It feels like it wants you to take it, Olive.
It really does.
I mean, I am Olive, so I would absolutely investigate if I hear the metal creaking. And I would look at it, see what happened.
The dark shimmer of the blade seems to reflect back towards you, allowing you to see the reflection of yourself. Especially given your height, the handle seems to rest a good solid foot above you.
Does it look like it shrank? Not if it still rests
You're
a
not
good foot
entirely
above me.
sure.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, if it's still a foot above me, I can't. I mean, yeah, no. No, don't know what that was about. All right, screw it. Olive takes it. Like, she wants it. She takes it. Like, I hate it, but she takes it.
Yeah, there you
Okay.
go.
No,
Damn it!
It's
I should have
perfect for
teleported
you.
Olive as well. Fuck.
It's like, yeah, like she wants it.
Okay,
It has
Olive.
power in the name. She wants it. Like,
The voice creeps into your mind. You dare challenge the blade.
you dare challenge Lady Flowers?
Roll me an intimidation check, please.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna add a D4 to whatever it is.
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes.
I don't care what it is. I'm rolling a D6. I mean,
Do it.
31.
Yes.
Okay. Uh, you hear a slight chuckle beginning to build in the back of your mind. Oh, like you. Balls. The devotion. Aspiration. Like the other one. You seem to challenge when you see a piece of power back at you.
Did you say let me look at you? It kind of broke up.
Looking back at you.
Oh, looking back at you. Yeah. Not much really scares me anymore. When you die a few times, you kind of lose that part of you. So you
Your
seem fun.
eyes meeting your own reflection in the blade as you're saying these
Oh, are
words.
we gonna dark link this? Sorry, go ahead.
You're looking directly in as you look over directly into the blade. There is a slight moment. You and I can make a pact. Never leave this blade. Never leave it on the battleground. And I will grant you the power to bring down the armies that will fall before you.
That seems like a good idea. I don't know about armies. There's a couple people specifically, but I'll give it a shot.
Is
How do
that
you like
cursed blade?
pocket
me-
dimensions? Sorry, what?
Olive,
Mhm.
roll me a wisdom save, please.
Oh, I'm screwed.
Go ahead and just add cursed blade to your inventory.
Save, right?
Yes, please.
Yep, that's about right.
Rip.
You feel a slight pulse in the back of your mind as a slight chuckle begins to build. Oh, friends with the owl, I see. The good thing is, while she tends to the skies, it's I that will tend to the land. You do not need to worry about me interfering, but maybe I can help you along.
I like that. Yeah, all right. I'll see where this
You
takes me.
accept my challenge.
Yeah.
Roll me an athletics check, please.
Oh, this is gonna be good. You know what? I'll add a d6 to that. I got 2 more. If I can find it. There it is. Worth 18.
18.
Mhm.
Okay. So, I need to ask you, are you willingly attuning to this item?
Oh, I don't have a slot. What size is it?
I just need to know if you're gonna willingly attune to this item.
Oh yeah, I've already accepted it. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
I'm all in, baby.
So, first of all,
Uh-oh.
all of you see Olive drop to the ground as her hand still grips a hold of the handle of the blade. As you see for just a moment, first thing that you've seen in a long time is Olive's veins seem to pulse from her arms, as if there is suddenly blood rushing through it. As you see Olive's hand seem to grow, grasping along the end and handle of the blade. As you see it slowly rise up for a second, the great sword seems to slowly ease out of the top of the mound and eventually rise out of the mound itself. As your hand slowly begins to shrink, Olive, so does the blade. As you see the blade itself seem to ease down into almost a rapier thin shape directly to a point. You see it
Look at
has
that.
s- gone down to a more smaller size, almost in a more defensive motion.
Mm-hmm.
However, you have a warm sensation in your hand that you have a feeling that you could essentially change this.
Okay.
However, I would like for you at this moment in time to uh would you like me to put the name of this blade publicly or send it to you privately?
The Zephyr Blade.
Oh, let's just go ahead and do it public because that'll be more fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ye-
Olive, I will give you the details at the
Sure.
beginning of next session.
Yep.
However, you have found yourself the
Agamemnon's
altering
Bane.
blade.
Sorry.
You have found the altering onyx blade of the siege beast.
Okay, that just sounds
Yeah, that
cool.
That
sounds
sounds
useful.
so
terrible.
cool. That
That's
sounds
Sounds like
so
it's
terrifying.
cool.
useful.
So when are we sieging something else? Just out of curiosity, just totally not,
You see, Daisy, what you don't understand is you have a closed mind. You don't just have to siege buildings and towns. You can siege people
However, it
and their
does go
lifestyles.
by another name.
The name have the word curse in it.
I hope so.
No.
It does alter, so
Olive is just going all in on the curses right now.
I mean, it said power on it. Like, she's chaotic
Power, strength,
neutral.
rage.
I didn't care about strength and siege. It was the power part that drew her to it. That's the whole reason she made the pact with the as a warlock to begin with.
Sure, yeah, it's right
Yeah,
above
so
zone.
I
Yeah.
just have to ask, as there hasn't been blood pumping through all of his veins, the blood that quote unquote pumped, uh, that's not gonna
It's
cause any issues, is it?
no, it's Diet Coke. You're good.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
It just pumps,
Zora the Titan Eater.
Hey man, I know where we have a titan that we can eat.
Yeah, I got a mountain that needs a little talking to,
I know, right?
So
and
I'll
maybe a
just go ahead
dragon
and
too.
give you the basics. Essentially, you have found a blade that can shift between a rapier, a great sword, and I think it is a battle axe.
Okay, I can use all those.
Uh, essentially, you have the ability to change the strength of the weapon depending on your battle style. It's an offhand weapon right off the bat, and it does not. It's not affected by the offhand disadvantage. So
Oh, say
any
less.
benefits.
Say less.
You essentially get a bonus to AC while it is in the offhand, and whenever facing constructs or any primordial creature, you deal additional damage to them. Uh, it is quote unquote first, solely because of the fact that should you ever unattune to this weapon, you need to roll a Constitution save or die.
Nice.
It is basically a soul binding of you and the sentient creature within this blade, which is uh a primordial siege beast that has dedicated its life and the afterlife into killing its own brethren after being betrayed in the ongoing blood war.
See, this is why we shouldn't stop for everything shiny, people. I'm just saying.
Well, I think that's the reason why we should stop for everything shiny.
I mean,
Okay.
Titan eater.
So, since it's the end of the session, I might as well tell you about our little Harangon friend.
ah, dude.
Oh
ready.
man, don't
I'm ready to
remind
hear
me.
I'm ready to hear this. Let's go.
So, essentially, if you guys had joined Camila inside of the cottage for the night, you would have gained temporary hit points every day for the next week. You would
Aw.
be immune to exhaustion for the next week.
Oh, that's huge.
Damn, God, I should have just let you go, dude. Why the, oh
That's
my
huge.
god.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
you
just let
should.
should
you
have.
go.
You should have.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
honestly,
you should
no. Like,
have.
I
Honestly,
doubt
no, you
if you'd
shouldn't have. But
if you'd have
And
if you'd have like pulled against me, I couldn't have stopped you. There's like no
and
way. You had to roll
anyone
true death.
who accepts a pie from Camila, the demigod of the hearth, will roll a Constitution saving throw. Should they roll a 20 or higher, they roll a d6. Should they roll a 25 or higher, they roll 2d6s. Essentially, should you have succeeded on the Constitution save, Dune, and had succeeded on a 20 or 25, you would have gained a permanent +1 to one of the stats randomly.
Oh, that
And
would have been
yours,
and the other one would
huge.
be +1 to 2
so
stats if it's
it would have
25 or
been
higher.
it would have been either a 25 or higher. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it's
if
2
he had
stats.
rolled that Constitution save, which would have been for him, he rolled under, sadly. He
I
rolled
really
a nat
needed that
one.
too.
But yeah, he would have
It is just to
essentially
make
got
myself feel better.
a +1 or 2 into your wisdom.
Good. Okay, I feel better.
That would have been huge, man.
It wouldn't
Alright,
matter. It would have been a
we'll all
permanent boost
do it.
anyway. I would have rolled a 9.
Yeah, there we go.
See,
See, now we don't have to go back.
I would have used my Joker on that shit.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't
Dude,
have one.
that's why I wanted to see. Can I give my Joker to Dune? And it says your. I'm like, sad.
Now,
Yeah, you can hand jokers over to other players if you feel like it is a essential thing to happen.
That's what
Mm.
you're considering. Yeah, I was wondering what the hell you had in your sleeve.
Yeah, that's why I was considering. I was like, can I use this on Dune? But I forgot that you can actually hand your Joker.
Yes, you can hand your jokers.
That's good to know for next time.
Yeah, remember, if you ever get a natural 20 when it comes to these survival checks, it's good. It is good.
yeah, but that's
I mean,
super meta.
It
yeah,
I
actually is
know.
very, cautious
There's
at
an
this
apple
point.
pie freaking rabbit in the woods with a house. Yeah,
know.
in the desert. That seems
Yeah,
legit.
I was so
Yeah, it
eager
seems so
to
fishy.
show our little demigod friend.
I wanted to go anyway.
Nice.
I was so eager for little Camila to say hi.
I just want to see things.
See, you know what really scared us away? It was those Essrenian sheep in the backyard. That was the real danger.
Yeah,
There
it's a
were
little
no
scary.
Erethian sheep. I kept them away, damn it. They were Erethian cows.
Am I attuned to this?
Yes, you have agreed to the
Okay.
deal, so you need to choose something to unattuned to.
Okay, I won't make the choice if you don't mind until I see its stuff, if that's okay.
That's okay.
Right.
I'll give you the details, but essentially, I'm just gonna go ahead and just say it. You found an artifact.
Yeah. Anything that changes form is usually pretty strong. So
Yeah. I was
He pays
not
to check out the
prepared
stuff.
for you guys to roll so many fucking nat 20s for survival, but here we are rolling freaking
Well, I
dejected.
I'm sorry.
I
Let's
wish
go
I could
back
roll
up to the
better.
first roll that you did for me in this session, Rob. Let's go. What was that again?
That was indeed a natural fucking one.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Very soothing, I would believe.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Give me
Yeah, it's right in my wheelhouse.
I
Yeah,
will
I'll
go
do this
ahead
shit
and
now.
give you the details of that by the beginning of next session.
Yeah, perfect.
Uh, thank you all for playing tonight.
Yeah, thanks for hosting it, man.
Thank you for having it, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you as always, Rob.
Anytime.
Actually, I think this sword might be the start of my villain arc. I'm just warning you.
Feels
Alright, there
betrayed
you
by
go.
someone she could trust, grabs a new blade, becomes the villain.
Well, yeah, because I think it might be an offhand now, and then if that is an offhand and it's worth, then I might get rid of my cloak of displacement, which means my new main entry into every battle is going to be Shadow of Moil. So basically, I'm walking in double bladed with just this darkness around me at all times. Tell me that's not a villain arc. Like,
Yeah.
that's pretty
Shit.
anime right there.
I stand it. I
That
stand
really
it.
is very anime of you.
I stand it. I stand it.
Yeah.
Because
Honestly,
it's either that, my sword, or my armor, and I can't get rid of my armor. So
yeah, probably the cloak then.
actually, I might be able to get rid of my armor. I'll have to do the math. All right.